Okay, hopefully my ISP doesn't explode the stream today. But hi, how we doing? It's me. Hello. Good to see all of you. Um, we're gonna try yesterday again. There's more sciencing I want to do. Actually, there's some scientific sciencing I want to try as well. Loading into sanctuary is good for that actually. How we doing, Jaybridge? Don, super, Mr. Madness. Going on a quagcation? Yeah, yeah. Couple weeks off. Planned around Remnant 2 release. So the very next stream will be Remnant 2 release day. Hype. Hype, hype, hype. Sneeze. That hurt. Ugh. Bandwidth stability adjustment stick, please. Please. Please wave around your stick control. I need it. I need it so bad. I've been good.
Hey, wanna lift weights with me?
Right, West? Yeah. Yes, sir. Where am I going? VK's almost here. I'll swing it around whenever you need. So do these boosters spawn in here? Okay, they do. Yeah, I got infusion. Heaven, don't knock over the water you just bothered me to... Okay, 13k... 32k? Okay, we got 51k. 51k damage. Okay. Now, I'm gonna wait 10 seconds, make sure all the boosters are expired. They should be 10-second duration. Flooding affecting you at all? No. No flooding in my area. I hadn't heard until you mentioned it, honestly. Dad, I need my swim practice. Because I don't have a combo on, these numbers should be consistent. Yeah, so you definitely see this is, well, different personal space value, though. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll measure from here. Keep it consistent. 13k to 3.9k infusion. I pick up those. 31k with a 9.1k infusion. That definitely increased. The question now is... 238k from the butcher. Still 238k. Okay. Now next test. Getting boosters. Picking them up. Then switching. So yeah, no, that worked. The way the cheap tips boosters seem to work is, as long as you pick them up while holding the cheap tips, they'll apply to all of your guns. And as you can see, that small pile of boosters was more than triple our damage. So very significant. Very significant. One second. Hey Lizzie, how we doing? Hey Tagacha. Still gold rushing? I will be doing some of that today. I'm testing the mechanics of how the cheap tips boosters work, and just making sure I'm utilizing them well. Um, Basically the takeaway is, yes, you can in fact spawn some cheap tips boosters, pick them all up, then switch to a different gun, and benefit from the damage. And because the cheap tips is weak and hits a lot of times, having a ton of fire rate on this thing and then getting a lot of boosters is just going to be a massive increase to your other guns. We can make it shoot even faster if we lead with Gold Rush and then go into cheap tips. Let me label these appropriately. Now that I'm doing what I'm doing. Morning, Hazel. So close to vacay? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Oh, ISP's doing the thing already. Good old Optimum, never working. Finger biter. Born a finger biter, you die a finger biter.
Swinlanum, Swinla Angie, Swinlanum, Swinla Angie, Swinlanum, Swinla Angie, Swinlanum, Swinla Angie, Quag rewarding.
Swinla Angie, I love that. Thank you so much, Swin, for the 29 months. That's a long time. It's a lot of support. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, you beautiful human being. How the hell are you?
Hello there.
Swinla Angie. I was also thinking about skill tree configurations with this. I really dislike not having anima, but like if I'm doing cryo element, I have to because bugs. This just doesn't work if you're spec'd into you have cold hearted selected, which makes me sad. Um yeah, like I would especially like to have less infusion to be honest. But that's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Copium. You just kind of deal with it. We luckily do have a lot of melee damage. Like Joyful Freedom, 140% per activation, and then we've got Illuminated Fists, so we're at 215, and then Find Your Center. So 315% melee damage is enough that I feel like I don't necessarily need it down here, because there's a couple things I want to try. I want to try out, at Mr. Sean's suggestion, I'd like to try a Torrent, because that does sound like that would be very good with Kensei. And I want to, because that's obviously not a Hyperion weapon, that means we're going to be trying other artifacts. I don't know, Splash Mouse Ghost, sad I wasn't here for it. It worked out okay, Amber. It worked out okay. Bossing was kind of like, but like, yeah, Mana Well Redistributor clears well. Mana Well Gold Rush is decent enough single target for non-bosses. It worked. Just Moze has a lot of bonus elements and a lot of formula. You don't actually need to do the splash thing. It's just usually optimal too. Okay, so for artifact, if I'm not doing Company Man, I think Pearl is the next best option here. But I don't get cooldown or AoE or melee if I go that route. Let me just verify, because I can... It's one of the very few ways I can get fire rate in the artifact slot. I can still get mag size. The fire rate mag size Pearl, I guess, is an option. We can try that. Other candidates, we could do Icebreaker Vic Rush. Go back to Corrosive, do Flesh Melter Vic Rush. Those are the main ones. I guess add a bomb if we went back to the anima setup and didn't run Cold Hearted. But that would probably be pretty weak. Let's look at Torrent. Torrent. I guess we want Corrosive Torrent here. Let me go from the max damage spreadsheet. Because that one on Lululemon is not looking like max. Import. Okay, let's see. It's got stock 3, which is crit damage. I don't want that. I want fire rate. I don't want the extra projectile either. I'll take the fire rate. Foregrip, yeah, we stick with damage here. I could go fire rate, but no. Damage is fine. Okay, and anointment-wise, I don't think we kill stack here. But Consec also doesn't make much sense. Because the way you utilize the torrent is you're going to dump all the bullets, and none of them are going to get the Consec bonus until your next volley. So I don't think we do that. The question is, what do we do instead of that? And I don't really know. Might end up just still being kill stack. Unironically, maybe it becomes grasp active gun damage. Why are you on early and why I'm putting cereal into yogurt now instead of milk in the cereal? Is this aging? Make it stop. I mean, that sounds like that'd be pretty okay. Because, like, think about breakfast bars, you know? Not like the locations, like the food. A lot of them are just yogurt with granola or something. So that doesn't seem far off. Pretty sure I've seen yogurt cereal bars before. It seems normal. I guess we're just both old, Nunu. It's fine. Yeah, what the gotcha said. And I'm early in an attempt to get some extra stream time in because I'll be off for a couple weeks after today, and I don't know if my ISP is going to be stable enough for me to stream the whole time today because it kind of cut off yesterday's stream. It wasn't even a hey, I would continue, it'd be low quality. It was a I just couldn't continue yesterday, which is rare. I just could not climb above 0 bitrate yesterday. It was very strange. I had upload. Didn't do the thing. I'm scrolling through gun anoints right now for inspiration here. I guess it's still kill stack because if we happen to get a kill while holding this particular torrent, it'll benefit our other guns. So I guess we try that. Yeah, there's Pearl, there's Torrent. Yeah, we're gonna try Torrent. I guess over cheap tips in this particular instance. Because I want to diversify my ammo and have the Butcher available here. And I guess we go to this one to make up the loss of the gun damage down there. We'll have less total fire rate, but it should be still pretty burr. That's still pretty burr. I don't love that lost reload speed. Maybe I go 1-1. But it's fine. Let's see what happens. Let's see how this plays out. and a strongly worded letter to Optimum through the U.S. Postal Service, so they know I mean business. Yeah, it'll get there in a couple years. Okay, so without cheap tips juggling, the idea here is we get our gold rush bonus.
I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter. I'm unstoppable.
And then we torrent the things.
I hope you're warmed up.
Gun do be going burr.
Back off.
That is quite a firing sound.
Feels so right.
Oh, I never turned GR back on. I'm missing a ton of beneficial stuff.
Ready to unleash this power.
Yeah, Torrent feels noticeably better on Amara than it does on other characters because of that heavy rain projectile speed. Like, you ever want a bullet hose SMG? This gun fucks. And this is one of the reasons why I, like, really don't get the Tizzy fixation, because, sure, it's a pistol versus SMG, so to some extent it's apples and oranges. But if you're gonna do a bullet hose, this gun is available in the same place and is better in every possible way. Like, like interference sound effect, it does. And when I say every possible way, I mean every possible way. Ammo efficiency, damage distribution, usability, supporting damage formula options.
Hold them off for me.
Here, I'm here, open lot late? No, you're right on time, because I am early. The bro Thermat. Thank you so much for the 32 months. 32. I appreciate it immensely, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you?
Quag jiglin quag chad quag jiglin quag chad quag jiglin qua quagsire.
Nope. Step on that too much.
Thanks for the dance,
As long as I don't spend too much gold rush ammo,
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after
I could just use nothing but the torrent. Torrent Kensei goes real hard. And this doesn't surprise me, because the same reasons Torrent Gorillas in the Mist is actually quite good. You put out a massive number of instances of damage in a very short window of time. Gun with a good damage profile. And, you know, it's Dahl, once again, good supporting gear options. I guess I don't need Free the Soul because I'm not using Guardian Angel to make it do relevant amounts of damage. I don't have action skill damage boosts. So I can spec out a Free the Soul and pick up, I guess, Trust in Yourself. More swap speed, more reload speed. Yeah. I mean, I could go Ebb and Flow, or not Ebb and Flow, go with the Flow. Do Flow skills. Tiny bit of gun damage, but... Hey, Leg, thank you for the 1 year. I appreciate it. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the full year of support. Doesn't work? Which command you trying to find, Priya? If you just start a sentence with the word Amara, no exclamation point, then it brings up amarabuilds.com. Which is the way Nunu did it. If you just do exclamation point builds, that pulls up the links for the build stocks. What about aiming him more for spray and pray? I'm down for that too. My apologies. No, you're good. Nothing to apologize for. Now that we've gotten the money. What about the money? Dutch, what about the money?
Coursing through my veins.
Took a lot of hits there. Oh, well, that's the bridge. Warrant Ties the Bind goes crazy, but now my SMG ammo is almost empty, and that's why I kept the Butcher equipped. Trash, wife, oh no. Oh, shit. Well, I don't even know how I could begin to respond to that. I'm really sorry that happened to you. You do not deserve that. And, shit. Happy to provide any sort of distraction I can. You know, you always got a place to come hang out here if you ever need entertainment, distraction, nerding out about shit. Always got right here. I'll be away for the next couple weeks after today, but you always got the Discord and stuff. The homies will look out for you. Hey Goliath, recently played Rage, reminded me of BL1 a great deal, except had no RPG elements and also no soul. So Borderlands without the fun bits. Understandable. That's a little weird, Priya. Don't go that route. Um,
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
yeah, it's one of those things where I don't have adequate words other than expressing support. Yeah, Torrent goes crazy here. I kind of wonder about Icebreaker for that cryo efficiency. Would change up what passives we're able to get, though.
I am the greatest.
That dock gonna last? No, I don't have anima. No shot that lasts. Oh.
Another takedown. I'm even outpacing
Okay, yeah,
my own
Torrent good.
legend. Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice
Wasn't even
before
gonna
they
tell
come at
you.
us again.
Sure. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Couldn't imagine.
Happy now?
I imagine you've heard a lot of stuff like, well, at least you know, or, you know, you'll get through this and stuff like that, but I tried when someone's going through something like legitimately complex and difficult and hard for people to relate to. I try not to say the empty words, you know, the generic, the canned stuff, um, which sometimes leads to me just not having anything useful to say. So I apologize for that, but genuinely, and I don't believe this is an empty instance of saying that. And it's not going to feel true consistently in the short term, but you are far, far better off. Is anyone who do some shit like that, mm, you don't want them in your life long term at all, under any circumstance. Not as even a friend, much less someone who's supposed to be far closer than that. Oh, so were you just supposed to like let that slide? Was that the anticipated response? That's some real main character shit of everyone involved except you. That's infuriating. Yeah, you are better off. That's crazy. That is crazy, Nightbot. How you doing, Anto? Um, I'm looking at Icebreaker stats right now. I suppose I don't need area damage. I could go double melee. Could get some movement speed. I get cryo efficiency, actually. I want to see what that looks like. What if we did... did this? No, actually, I'm gonna want max size. Oops, that's not the right button. Mag size, cooldown, cryo efficiency, icebreaker refresh. Hey, Urban Mac. Good morning. Sorry, bring down meeting a stream in 2 weeks, so get it out. Also, welcome here. You don't have to apologize for that at all, Leg. You never have to apologize for that. Like, especially, I asked how you're doing, you responded how you're doing. Like, no, you have nothing to feel sorry about. You've done absolutely nothing wrong. Like, you wonder if people understand what they're asking you, because it makes no sense. It's main character shit. It's like... It's not even as... It's not even like a lack of care that actions affect others, or how other people might be feeling about something. It's like a lack of the capacity to understand that that's even possible. Like, it's truly... I'm the only person that matters, sort of thing. Build you know how is a bubble build, is it? What do you mean by bubble build? Like bubble tea? Because that sounds great right now. I'd go for that. I need to not forget to Gold Rush. Because as crazy as Torrent is, Gold Rush Torrent's gotta be... so much gun. Much gun, very wow. Very unlike me. I think it's my rooter broke. Yeah, I can kind of tell when that happens. They don't insta-phase. Otherwise, I have no capacity to deal with shields. Trying to not have to use my action skill here. There we go. Every time phase lock an enemy, bubble them, kill those at the same time. Yeah, that's just what the action skill variant Ties That Bind does. It's very popular for that reason. Very efficient for killing groups of enemies.
I'll get my own drink in Valhalla.
Those are advanced mechs.
That's a really good breaker.
Something bigger. Keep going.
Everything about this breaker is fantastic, except for, you know, flat off reload speed, and I guess I'd want to point and find your center, but it's really close to being really good. Hey, Priz, how you doing? Tough start to the day, still standing. That's something. Sometimes that's all we can ask for. Oh yeah, enemies do freeze quite quickly now. We have a lot of cryo efficiency. We got the money. Oh yeah. Freezes.
Take them out.
Oh, bullet reflection. Was feeling pretty smooth. It's the #1 Vladoff fan when you try and super Shredifire. I hate that you suggested it. I was thinking about Boogeyman because, you know, that's a Vladoff gun that's actually good. Torrent's firing so fast, it's almost a White Rider laser. Yeah, I kind of want to get this last point, or yeah, this last point in Transcend for even more accuracy to make the torrent spread even tighter. But I can't really. Actually, I could pull that free the soul point. I do have the points for that. I go through. Yeah, the cryo action skill element against this boss is not it. Because I need clear the mind to do any damage to the main target anymore. And I'm not using cheap tips to kind of overcome that at the moment.
Eyes up, got a gun. I am brimming.
Wonder if I go cheap tips over reflux.
Time up.
And chill their better half. That helps me. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'd switch to corrosive here. That's just definitely the correct play. Like, even though I'm all in on this cryo stuff, just a quick swap. Now once my action skill comes back.
Take down.
Massive difference.
Nothing I
Okay.
can't beat.
I don't even need to change gear, because like I'm not getting the benefit of Icebreaker or the cryo efficiency anymore, but I don't need it.
Ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Okay. Okay. No, we're here. We're still here. Still here. It was questionable because I looked over and I was on 0 bitrate. I was like, is it over? Is it all ogre? No, we're here. We're good. Wouldn't be here if I couldn't make such suggestions. Yeah, Priz doesn't actually like Vladov. Priz just likes torturing me. Because I hate Vladov. And we actually quantified why... Excuse me. At least among anointable legendaries in Borderlands 3, why Vladov is so easily hated among theory crafters, and this is the reason. These are the ratios. L plus ratio for Vladov at the lowest percentage of viable legendaries in terms of anointable legendaries in the gun slot in Borderlands 3. Meanwhile, look at Tediore, 83%. Jacobs, 78%. Atlas, 77%. Hyperion, 75%. Dahl, 75%. COV, 74%. Malawan, 71%. Torg, 70%. Vladov, 68%. Now, Vladov also has a bunch of shit uniques in the purple rarity, so, like, there's that too, lol. And their non-uniques, with the exception of double-barreled pistols, are all trash. Double-barrel Vladov pistols, actually decent. I gotta give those their due. That's kind of tradition, though, because the Anarchist was really good in BL2. The non-unique pistol. So, like, it kind of makes sense that the successor to that would still be good. How you doing, Mr. Sean? We're trying out different artifacts and stuff. I did a little bit of Pearl, doing some Icebreaker Vic Rush with the cryo efficiency substat. Seeing how that feels. I think I'm gonna try one with no reflux. Other weapons to try, Super Shred because Priz hates me. I guess we could try Monarch. We have no reason not to try a Monarch, right? Wait, yeah, why would we Super Shred when we could just Monarch? Why'd they change it from BOV to Bandit to COV? They change it every game. We have not had a consistent Bandit manufacturer across games. Now, on being solo surprising me is because their dudes are having random non-splash givings everywhere. It's the SMG category that really wrecks Malawan, ironically enough. You hear people who don't shut up about, you know, the plasma coil, and then obviously there's the valid appreciation of the flipper and the Kibsworth. But then look at the other SMGs. Westergun lost to time. Then you have the Tsunami and the Destructo Spinner are just terrible. You know, the Diamond Weisenheimer guns on Borderlands 2. What about them? Listen, COV fanboy. Cool manufacturers. Cool manufacturers. Devoted's pretty good. Devoted was pretty good. Devoted surprised me. Pretty good's an exaggeration, but it's fun. It's definitely above average, but it's fun. So. It's a shoddy category for Malawan. I mean, Recursion is good, Insider is good, Nothingness is good. What are the stinkers? Mind Killer, Chandelier, Trevinator's also good. So, like, in terms of the bad Malawan shotguns, I can only think of Mind Flare, or Mind Killer, excuse me, and Chandelier. All the other ones are good. Because Blind Sage is decent, Trevinator's really good, Recursion's really good, Insider's really good. Yeah, it's SMGs. Only good ones are Trev and Frequency. Ah, no, there's lots of other good ones. I didn't even remember the Frequency there. Frequency's good. You gotta mess around with the Nothingness when you get a chance guess. It's basically like a Malawan version of a Flacker that also has a big old laser beam in the middle. Really cool. I'm gonna grab a Monarch here. Because it's a Monarch, I think we do go Consec. Could go Airborne and be throwback-ish, but... Yeah, so the cheap tips is definitely situational content-wise where I'd use it. I don't think I'd use it against this boss. But it was noticeable. Like, 3 seconds of shooting the target on me with cheap tips tripled the per shot damage of my Butcher. So that's huge. It's just another thing to juggle. But back to Wonderlands, the bunny is ruined. What do you mean? Let's run this back. SMGs are the less obvious AR problem in a pistol game. Yeah, pistols having so much dominance across weapon categories it's because they give pistols the identity of every other weapon category, right? Like, even more innocuous cases, like the Maggie is just the use cases of a shotgun with all of the upsides of a pistol. One of the more straightforward ones. But then you'll have like Free Radicals, very clearly just an SMG with rocket launcher base damage and an assault rifle's unique gimmick on top of all the benefits of being a Malawan pistol. Kind of like,
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and
a little bit cheaper than 2K. You know you don't have to put in the full crystal amount, and you know that they improved the amount of loot you get from the bunnies in general when they increase the amount you could put in. Increasing the amount you could put in just allows people to spend more at once, which means they spend less time at the bunnies. So in what way is it ruined? Or did you just not think about it and you saw a big number and assumed bad?
heavy resistance.
That Monarch goes pretty hard here, as long as you don't mind the complete lack of mobility. That's why I have Mother Guns.
Help me. Feel the power.
I like it. Oh, bipods aren't return anything in BO4. Yeah, agreed. I want Vladoff manufacturer gimmick just completely get overhauled. Completely. Rebuilt from the ground up. Without introducing range drop-off, I just don't see any landscape escaping heavy pistol, SMG, AR, roll overlap. It'll... If they clearly defined, like, which gun categories could do which things, like, for example, if they confined all lasers to the SMG category, that would kind of give them an area to thrive. If, you know, the charge-up projectile spitter thing became just a pistol thing for Malawan, that would be some forced identity there.
Stay down. Ready to unleash this.
You know, maybe don't make bullet hose snipers in the vein of the Boogeyman. They could have very clearly just been ARs. Boogeyman could have been the savior of the AR class. Instead, it's just a goated sniper. When we already have goated snipers, you know?
Triple threat. Triple threat.
I don't think adding distance drop-off or weapon damage should be a bad thing. I don't necessarily think so either, but the problem with that is that's adding more depth to Borderlands combat, and that always gets pushback. I'm not saying it deserves to get pushback, but, like, it gets pushback. Like, there's already a large chunk of the player base that gets upset when they have to change guns for element matching purposes. Or when an enemy has enough HP that they actually need to know what skills in their skill tree increase their damage. I think having people have to manage effective ranges of weapons when they've never had to do that before would be questionable in terms of reception. They being a sniper is an ammo balancer, but Boogie ammo's a myth. Exactly. Like, Boogeyman could have just been an AR. The Sandhawk being a sniper makes sense, because that allowed it to have more damage, but also meant that ammo is a real problem. It makes sense in that case. But stuff like, I don't know, the free radical being a pistol that just consumes a normal amount of ammo is wild. Kick charger consuming 1 ammo per shot, you know? there were some decisions made that some of them are tied in with weapon type identity. Some of them aren't, but some are. Oh, the Monarch and Amara. It's one that I don't use often outside of Black, personally, but it's definitely a good one here. I don't really have a super good second wind option on right now, do I? I mean, I could try this. That's not the right gun. Barely worked out. Only worked out because I could freeze him. Boogeyman being an AR would just be a second Soul Render, though. It wouldn't, because they don't work even remotely the same. Soul Render is a chance to create a skull when you fire it on a non-splash AR. Boogeyman's skulls are created from any kill while holding the gun. They scale up with grenade damage, and the Boogeyman itself is a splash gun. As cool as the Soul Render is, as fun as the Soul Render is, and as good an example of doll guns feeling great as it is not even in the same, like, league as the Boogeyman for usage, nor do they have the same use cases. Just having skulls doesn't make them similar. Because, like, at that point you bring in, oh, well, it's just the gas call. Like, hang on, there's some very big differences in how they function. Monarch performing very well. More Jamlot, how you doing? 15k damage on a pistol with fast fire or something. Under 15k is the low roll. 125 is max. Like, if you look at the base damage values, when you factor in, you know, in the case of the latter case, the child projectiles with the free radical and the herald, like, they're just above most of the rocket launcher category per trigger pull. That's without factoring in per ammo spent and how much ammo you have, and then fire rate. It's insane. Like, if you think a kick charger is good, a kick charger being fired without overkill chaining, then imagine just doing 4 times that DPS all the time. That's a free radical. Just, and free radical is built in multi-target. Going on Vladoff gimmicks for future games. Half my ideas are just COV, but use the ammo. The underbarrel thing is a concept that could work. It's just they need the underbarrel scaling to actually be good, or they need to reserve those underbarrels for uniques. Because, like, some of them have been quite good. The Phasor shotgun, very well received and very good. Dowsing Rod underbarrel, rare W. You know, the only W that weapon has. And then, because of the projectile increasing effect that the Monarch and Dictator have on their bipods, that's desirable. Now, if they made all bipods do what Monarch Dictator bipods do, then that would be a start. And then just make all grenade launchers the level of Dowsing Rod, make all shotguns the level of Phasor. You have to do that for that manufacturer gimmick to be worth anything. And that's very questionable in terms of availability of player power at that point.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
That's what did you in.
Got my first silicone mascot painted up last night. Super happy with it. Still have to add teeth and punch hair though. That's awesome. That's awesome, Jamlot. Congrats. Like all the launcher underbarrels, Big Boy Rockets, etc. Big Boy Rockets are conceptually really good, and they actually did give them enough damage to remain relevant in Wonderlands up through like Chaos 50. You can get them to work in some mobbing in Chaos 100, but that's where guns as an archetype start to struggle as a whole. So it makes sense it's kind of less relevant. Yeah, the Monarch melt.
Nothing I can't beat.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
And then yeah, the micro rockets under barrel that can work out pretty well. Put it on like one of the more ammo hogging rocket launchers. It gives you a more spammy option. Yeah, that's sound as well. Mortars, I think mortars are a little questionable. New idea for Vladov, can adapt any ammo for most guns, comes with a damage penalty or ammo efficiency cost. Oh, that's cool. Like sort of a scavenger type thing. Like, hey, it's a bullet, I'ma shoot it. Like, you're not supposed to shoot that bullet out of that, so shut up, I'ma shoot it. That's cool. Let me shoot these sniper rifle rounds out of my fucking pistol. That ammo giving it to more ammo types and consumes it once, the more damage it does. Like, how do you do that, though? I guess you make the alt fire just be, like, switch ammo type. Or something like that. Like, you hit the switch fire mode button and it just loads a different type of ammo. I kind of like that. That's cool. Sponsored by Type Stuff. Sniper rounds get a crit bonus, launcher zone. So what would it be like when you get the item to drop? It'll have an alt fire mode of like a particular ammo type. Each one with its own benefit. Or penalty. That's cool. I like that. See, there we go. We fixed Vladov. What are some other Kensei guns I could look at? We talked about Boogeyman. The thing is, in terms of total projectiles fired, it's not actually that many. I want something more like hit abundant. Hey, Buckshot, how you doing? I could use a tidal wave. Blacker? That's so base. Morning, Foster. How you doing? I haven't used Flacker on Amara in so long. I guess, an ASC splash here? No, that's not gonna help the bonus element. Do I just do kill stack? No. Unironic 50 over 90, I guess. I have no expectations. I don't expect this will work well at all. Consec, I don't have to shoot twice. I already have gun damage. I already have gun damage. I was just said that before I just came in here calling people. Alright, what you working on today? Weapon experimentation and artifact experimentation. Also a little class mod experimentation. Just a lot of experimentation with Kensei stuff. I wonder how Gold Rush Flacker works out. That actually seems cursed. Flacker got indirect buffs as radius skyrocketed. Yeah. Probably every time I realize Flacker's LE lock. The fact that it doesn't get an armor-friendly element is a little annoying, but like, there's worse problems to have.
Get good or die. Who wants a free kill? Time for a fight.
It does no damage.
Love an extra.
It does no damage. Oh no. Not an Amara thing. That was fast. Hey Micro, how you doing? Imagine a cryo corrosive flacker would go hard. Would go hard. Kit wise, it's just not like I could build it for Amara, but I'd have to do like toboggan and probably driver. You need a lot of raw gun damage. Gold Rush Flacker on Moe's. See, there you go. Now you're on to something. Now you're on to something. That would go hard. Look at that weapon list. Anarchy Kensei seems just shitty of me to do. There's of course Baby Maker Kensei, which again, a little too aggressive, a little too rude to the game. We don't have to do that. Replay seems like it could maybe be fun. Breath of the Dying. Ooh, conference call. Do conference call. Yeah, I want to do conference call. Because it worked out well in Flak. Lucian's call. I don't see myself critting. I think that's the issue there. The Lucians would go hard. I have to crit though. And the whole thing is currently I just have to hose things down. I should have paid more attention there. Oops. Gotta go. Have a good one.
I am brimming.
Oh yeah. Conference call. Fuck. I keep forgetting to spec out of that for the soul point. Someone remind me to respec the end of this run. Needle gun? Maybe.
Shoot that one and thank me later. Didn't break a sweat.
This thing freezes so easily. That's so cool.
Time out.
What a shot. Got a gold rush? Yes, sir. Everyone have a good one, Chris. Respecting on this run. Thank you, Mr. Madness, for reminding me right when I need it. I appreciate that. Conference call works pretty well on Zane once again because of the crits. I was pleasantly surprised by it on Flak when we tried it last week. It holds up very well. Not even remotely bad or anything. People not having success with it, build issue. Just 100% build issue. And it's working well on Amara here. Red of fire, stop dodging. I will not.
Not today. Hi! It's a corner! Got a target for you! Prove thyself! I become eternal! Child's play.
What even dotted me? I guess my own bullets? From the reflection.
I am the greatest. Valkyries. I'll get my own drink in Valhalla.
Convergence might outperform conference call here,
Something bigger. Keep going.
but conference call is cool. We can't forget about conference call being cool as fuck. Also, is my Monarch on rifle mode that whole time? Am I stupid? I think I might be stupid.
Not gonna hold them forever. Feels so good.
Make me ping everyone at once. Let me actually try. That's working out well. I have confidence in that. Let me try the cheap tips. So the way this works is we spawn cheap tips boosters. I say holding an enemy still like this. And we just spawn a pile. We pick all those up. And now we have the damage on our other guns. We just need to pick up the boosters while holding the cheap tips. It's the only stipulation. Love the cheap tips. It's utterly insane for increasing your damage. The more I'm messing with it. On boosters. Get gold rush kill. Oh, I wasn't holding the cheap tips there. Like, optimally, what our loop probably is going to look like is we get a ton of cheap tips boosters, use that to boost up the gold rush so that I can secure a kill. And then we grab the money. This room didn't kill you, really? Surprising. Okay. Now we got our gold rush. Now we cheap tips. Got those boosters. Now we can monarch. Have all the benefits of both. You're surprised by cheap tips output. Mm-hmm. Was the last time you tried the mutant? Been a while. It was turbo shit last time I did. Like literally 0 upsides. It's an alien barrel, which is normally notable on Jacobs because alien barrel Jacobs tend to have a little more access to elements, but it's a non-elemental alien barrel laser with bad recoil. Like, what were they attempting here? And they hate me right now. But it's okay, we got that. Is that a quag I see? Hey, Skilly Death, how are you? Oh, you're already dead. Okay. Good. Glad to hear. Extremely turbo shit still. After that. Wasn't actually a joke. Kind of glad you read it as such. Yeah, so the way the cheap tips works is when you damage an enemy, it has a chance to drop a booster that gives you gun damage for 12 seconds. And you can stack up a bunch of those boosters. Because the gun doesn't do much damage initially, it allows you to spawn a bunch of them if you have a lot of fire rate. And like, Loot Lemon should have the cap. Let me actually do this. Oh yeah. Oh no, there's no cap. It's just 50% per booster. 50% gun damage per booster. Use a low level one to stack a ridiculous amount. You could. I don't think you need to though. Okay, so what we'll do here for this phase is let add spawn as per usual.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I'm unstoppable.
Gold Rush Monarch might be a little bit rude. Now we make sure we have cheap tips in our hand for when we pick those up. That was what, 3 boosters, so 150% gun damage?
Always useful. I am the greatest. Why even try?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so crazy. Let me put that in perspective for you. So 50% per booster on this thing. An entire Amara skill tree, not including class mod, you get 6.7 times 3 here, and then times 2, so how much is Wrath and Max? 40%? Yeah, so 40% there. 15% there. 21% there, so what, 76%? And then 15% there. So 91%. Across Amara's trees, you get 91% gun damage. That is less than 2 cheap tips boosters. 2 cheap tips boosters are an Amara's worth of gun damage, not including class mod and other gear. Fucking 2 bullets of this thing can potentially just give you an Amara. Obviously it doesn't include other damage mults, but that's a lot of fucking gun damage. If it was anything but gun damage, this would be an absurd Zane gun. I'm kind of glad it's gun damage for that reason. You want to respec? Thank you. I'd already forgotten. Thank you. This M4 Cutsman meta. So a couple streams ago, I did mess around with the Cutsman in MTD, and it still absolutely eats Wotan. Like, it's one of the fastest ways of killing the boss. It's still gross. You can still do that exact thing. It's just it's a bossing only weapon now, basically. But yeah, you still can. It exact same strats. Except you don't need to run a corrosive and a shock one anymore. You can just run a corrosive one. Another statement more about Amara, more about cheap tips. It's more about cheap tips because Amara doesn't need more gun damage than that since she gets the majority from her gun anoint, her artifact, and her class mod. Like driver is up to 500%, anoint is up to 300%, class mod is up to 50%, or you know if you're running Pearl, 91%, whatever that maths out to. She just doesn't have gun damage in skill tree because she has other stuff. Just like how Zane has gun damage in skill tree instead of other stuff. Same thing in reverse. Okay, 5 points left. And I think before I took Unweave and Free the Soul. I don't want to take Transcend, Tapestry. That leaves me 3. I could then still max Unweave. Get Ascendant, though. I don't need max Unweave, do I? I don't think I do. Fast Hand seems attractive here. We'll do that. Because I know I already have this over here, but it gets me almost the value of that at 5, while still getting me down to the point where I can have Ascendant for better uptime. To utilize Kensei. So basically Kensei is a bonus element that applies to bullets, and it scales with melee damage. So you want to make the bullet itself do as much damage as you can with on-shot modifiers, that being gun damage. But then you want to make the bonus element do as much as you can by increasing your melee damage and the damage of your action skill element, because Kensei will always be your action skill element. You can utilize it some interesting ways, such as, since it is melee damage, it does do more against frozen enemies. So cryoing enemies will make your Kensei hit a lot harder against anything that can be frozen. Getting a killing blow with your Kensei bonus element has a chance to trigger combo breaker because it's melee damage. Stacking up melee damage in tree on gear really helps it. Getting a lot of fire rate is something that I've been pushing a lot recently. In particular, this is why Gold Rush is really good here, because it just lets you get more shots in during your very limited uptime. Kensei is a 6-second window, so your damage is very, very much in cycles. It's a 6-second, hey, I do so much damage, and then you're waiting to get your damage back. Kind of similar to Gorillas in the Mist on Flak, where you do great damage for a little bit, and then you're just kind of worse for a while. So maximizing the uptime, minimizing the downtime is how we do this. Now, because of that cheap tips gun damage, we could probably rethink the rolls here. I guess fire rate over gun damage, yeah. Let me actually do that. Action skill, melee, and we'll do fire rate. So having more shots in the window is more important.
Silence.
Got the money, cheap tips, these boosters. Now we have Gold Rush and cheap tips, benefiting this Monarch. A little out of our effective range, but it's fine. Back to Gold Rush, get that money. Keep tips, get our boosters. Money, tips, burr. I think we ironed out a gameplay loop for this. Phase grasp targeting. You're so quirky. Played Oblivion or Skyrim? Yeah. Yeah, Oblivion is my favorite Elder Scrolls game. I played both, though. I think until last night to realize Yorinobu was talking with Helmet about the biochip in the brain nest for the heist. Probably never looked directly at the screen, because there's a lot going on there. Torrent, go burr.
Feeling good.
Tips boosters. All the damage. I wasn't holding the cheap tips when I grabbed those. It's unfortunate. Oh, that was cheeky. Kinda surprised I made that shot.
Valkyries. Ha! I'll get my own drink in Valhalla.
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
I guess another weapon that could go hard here is actually the Cutsman. Because like we can put out the projectiles and then turn on Kensei. That's the advantage of using slower things with Kensei. It's so goofy the Dragonborn actually meets the Hero Watch. Yeah, it is kind of a little bit of a mind screw if you think about it. But it makes sense. Although I suppose anyone who didn't play Shivering Isles would just have no idea.
Not gonna hold them forever. Let's go around, huh? Anyone else? Ready to unleash this power.
What about the money? Gold rush bag, get our cheap tips.
More! More! Stay still.
That was a very efficient bridge. It's coming together. Coming together. Get our money. Our boosters. Damage. More damage. No, not the dot. It's fine, there's still enemies back there. Although they are a bit healthy. And I missed the Guardian Angel spec. I suppose right now I could swap out the Torrent for something to help me in this exact situation. But for now, we're okay. I kind of feel bad for Oblivion protagonists. Like, yeah, he's God now. That's all I read to the next Grey Mark. Just want to be a god. Fishay Gorath. Well, yeah, he's got no real sense of self anymore. Which sucks. He's not even really him anymore. I'll be saying it every day at the party. Yeah, that's a good one.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
On me? Really? That's it. Wait for ads. We mess up our grasp. That bit's important. Yeah, we froze it. I don't think I've ever actually frozen Wotan during that phase before. I've frozen it before it jumps to towers, but I don't think I've ever frozen it here.
Coursing through my veins. Timer.
Okay, cooking. Torrent has a little less value now that we're using Monarch, but that's kind of to be expected, so I'm open to switching the Torrent out into something else. Reflux seems like a good shoe-in here. Although, second wins are the concern right now, right? Predictably, Free Radical goes nuts here, but like, can I avoid that? I just want to avoid that. It'd be fun to avoid that. What are other options? Butcher? I've been using Butcher some on this save. It works out well. It's again sort of in the same category as Torrent, where if I'm using a Monarch, it's just kind of somewhat invalidated. But Butcher does work out well here, and I do enjoy it. I got a couple of them here, see? Burner. The thing about using a back burner to get up is, like, I don't have the self-control to not down myself immediately. Like, let's say I shoot and I'm spamming and an enemy dies. Well, the last one I shot before I got up is probably still exploding, so it just downs me again. And that's a skill issue. That's 100% skill issue. Let's go Reflux here. I like the idea of having these 3 kill stack. We don't even need Consec on Monarch with how cracked the cheap tips boosters are, but I still like having it for when we're down, I suppose. Jericho, it's just not a very good weapon unless your name is Zane. Asked this before, seeing you play Kensei makes me feel like asking again. Do you have any tips for console farm or arms race since console can't save edit? On a farm, no, it would be pain. I mean, arms race, you approach the same regardless of platform. It's if there's a specific drop you're after, you want to be the associated character when relevant. So obviously, if you're going for Kensei, you want to be Amara. And hitting the chest that it spawns from is high priority. If you get a circle placement that means you don't have to hit it as your first one, then hitting it as your second one is good because your drop rates sort of go up as you go through the takedown, or not takedown, as you go through arms race, and like you get more geared out, so you're more likely to succeed in going for the chest. Just know which non-uniques are good, which ones to look out for. In particular, if you get a Maliwan pistol, you're in very good shape. Most COV pistols, actually all COV pistols kind of put you in decent shape. Jacob's shotguns are good. TDR pistols are good. Double barrel Vladoff pistols are good, although a lot of reloading. And they chug ammo. Just knowing which non-uniques is the biggest thing. The most Kensei was in. I don't know why I was Kensei drops insane spy Amara and anyone else. Doesn't match my experience, but hey, Mr. Glenn, thank you for the 3-year resub. 36 months. Also at tier 2. 3 years Quag Cake.
Here's to 3 years of Quag Cake Mad Glassussy.
Mad Glassussy. Give me some of that Mad Glassussy, if you know what I mean. Thank you for the 3 years, Mr. Glenn. Hope you're well. Yeah, I was gonna try Tidal Wave earlier. Forgot about that. No shot that's good though. But maybe. We're gonna try it. Huh, I guess I have to actually go to the site for this. The wave. We want max projectiles here. That's the crit trigger. We don't want that if there's a damage one. There is a damage one. Beautiful. Guess we do kill stack on this. I wonder how this works out. I don't expect it'll be good. That's so much damage, though. Like, have you looked at the tidal waves damage lately? Next trunk stream. Christmas time? That's so far away. Watch your replays yet? I'll watch them later today. Yeah, do that. I ended up getting the Enamorous team up into the 1500s rating wise. I ended up fighting the same dude who was in the 1700s who just ended up on a losing streak. I beat him like 4 times. It was bad. He was like 1700 rating and he was in the 14s by the time I was done with him. There's a couple teams I kind of have trouble dealing with, so I've started experimenting. Like Terra Dark, Lando with Crunch. Something I tried into opposing NDD Armor. Didn't really work out as well as I'd hoped. Probably just still click Rock Slide there. Yeah, I need to figure out how to deal with that. There's so many stall teams as well. I'm not really good into stall with the Enamorous team. It's something I gotta figure out. Having a taunter would be good. Just don't have one. But there are so many games where I set up Enamorous and it was just like, hey, what are you gonna do to my +3 attack, +2 defense, a +1 special attack, +2 speed Enamorous with Assault Vest and Terra Ghost? What do you do? The answer is Sucker Punch, but most people don't even try that. Using teams with codes and making my own. I'm making my own, Foster. Check this out, Foster. Grimmsnarl with Enamorous, not Therian, regular Enamorous, the one that gets contrary. So you can parting shot your own Enamorous, which lets your Grim switch out. And you can go into Chien Pao. And then your Enamorous will be at +1, and you click Superpower. So then you're at +2 and +1 defense. after it lands, and also Qianpao coming in means that their defense is dropped. So superpower probably picks up a one shot. But you could also instead just parting shot their Mon, go out into Landorus, and then they're at -2 attack. So it's just super safe for Enamoris to still get the +1. It's really good. You know, talking about Pokemon. Competitive Pokemon theory crafting.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance.
Mudsdale went surprisingly hard. Yo, tidal wave cooking? Pause, champ?
So much power.
Pause, champ?
Not gonna hold them forever. Thanks, guys. Is that the best you've got?
I'm stuck. Honestly, it's not bad. How do people run around saying this gun's bad? It's good on Amara, it's good on Flak. Probably goated on Zane. Probably most ideal on Zane, honestly. Look at that. That's good. The speedrun gun on Zane. Tidal wave or TK's wave? I don't know which one they use. I know they use one of the waves, but I don't know which one. The gun for running the game, cold bore, swap reload, busted gun. Yeah, I know the pick for the speedrun has always been cold bore, swap reloading, a Jacob's shotgun. Which one it's been is kind of varied based on category and point in time. Like, sometimes it's Hellwalker, sometimes it's Nimblejack, sometimes it's Wave, and then I don't know which of the 3 waves it is. But a Tidal Wave is just Stagecoach, but stronger, but awkward. But like Stagecoach but stronger is crazy, considering the Stagecoach is already in the hands of Zane or Black, at least. Stronger than Hellwalker. Mesmer there. I want to get these cheap tips boosters, sir. I get gold rush money. Didn't have enough damage this time. Wait, that's on rifle mode. Good job, me. killed you? That was weird. I wasn't even shooting. I don't know what killed you.
I'll get my own drink in Valhalla.
Those are advanced mechs, but
Wait, use the hunt as an excuse to speedrun. Do it. Tidal Wave being the same buffs. TKs used to be dump truck early and Nimblejack later. Now they have to swap any percent run, just farm loot tanks for. I have a to make sure. Yeah, I know Tidal Wave didn't get the same buff as TKs, but it's still more damage. That's the crazy thing. It's still more because 25 count, right? 12k base on the max damage roll with a 65% card crit mult on a Jacob's gun, so that's another 5% crit in a separate category, and then 25 projectiles. It's just like, it's ass to use. Because slow projectiles, widespread, and they're wavy. On average, getting like a heat wave makes the most sense because favorable elemental matchup for most of what you'd run into in the story. Like, that makes sense to me. But tidal wave is crazy. I've been using it this week, last week for content, and it's just consistently surprised me with how good it is. It's just awkward. It kind of reminds me a lot of shooting the Guardian Angel in that way, where it's something a lot of people don't even think you can, like, efficiently shoot, but it's really good. Bramble's a fun mod to use. I've been seeing a lot of Bramble stuff in my feed. People are really coming around to Bramble being good. Because Bramble hard counter is Heatran. Because most people run Earth Power, Terra Blast, Flamethrower if they run 3 attacks. A lot run 2 attacks, so they don't run Terra Blast. But just a Heatran with Earth Power can't do shit to Bramble. They can't ever Heat Wave in front of it. You can't Bleak in front of it. You can't Icy Wind in front of it. You, like... The biggest threat to Bramble is Qian Pao, and it's not exactly uncommon to be threatened by Qian Pao. I guess Cleaver is kind of scary into Bramble as well. But other than Qian Pao and Cleaver, I don't really see Bramble being checked by much. Samurott kinda. If the Samurott commits the Terra, yeah. Do this, we can cheap tips boosters. I guess Urshifu Dark also threatens Bramble, if I think about it. Like, there's really not many people running Urshifu Dark, even in VGC. Of course, they're not running it in Devil's OU because it's banned there, but... In VGC, like, you see mostly Urshifu Rapid Strike. Wait for the Ahsoka show. I think it's gonna be cool.
Shoot that one and thank me later.
Yeah, cheap tips goated. Rainbow Hard counters water though. That's true. Yeah, they can't close combat you. Aqua Jet and Surging Strikes do nothing. Yeah. Unless they run like coverage ice punch. They can't really hit you. Guaranteed Hellwalker Maurice Fender at 8 and 6 at a state with hotfix swapping. Haven't looked to restrict runs since the rules up. I think it's one hotfix, one patch. Cool. Wonder how they're gonna handle the villain though. And spray students and pass, set him up for season 2, return like Moff Gideon and go south. We'll have to see what happens. They usually leave it ambiguous with Star Wars villains with their first appearance, whether they come back or not. In this case, they'll probably make it less ambiguous.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Alright, I'll just come back for that. Yes.
Helping hand.
Aww. Deep tip's not strong enough to lifesteal like that. I would need more than 1 point in sustainment. Awkward. The rare Amara goes down to not having enough lifesteal. That's pure skill issue on my part, though. I don't think I have the damage to recover from that. I got greedy. It's okay. I'm cool with running that back. Huge Gen 5 lovers. I'm happy genies are back. It's still good. Likely the extreme minority on that. Most people are snoring like, or snoozing like you and Matt Glenny. Yeah, like, we didn't need the genies back because they've been dominant in competitive Pokemon since their introduction. Like, some people would say, oh, well, they nerfed them this time, so it's fine. No, they fucking buffed them. Sure, Landorus move pool got kind of gutted. But they each got a new signature move. Now, Landorus doesn't run its signature move, but Tornadus absolutely runs its signature move, and Tornadus is hugely meta. Tornadus is more relevant right now than it's ever been. And also, we got an Amorous as a companion to those in Gen 8. So the Genie Quartet is super relevant. And Amorous is the best fairy type in the format, not named Fluttermane. And Fairy Flying is really interesting typing.
Already forgot about you. Who wants a free
But Amoongus has been, you know, competitive cringe for forever. I really wish doubles on Showdown had a sleep clause, because singles has a sleep clause. You can only sleep one mon in singles, but in doubles, there's literally nothing stopping them from just sleeping all 6 of your mons with an Amoongus. And it's fucking obnoxious. Like, I get that there's no sleep clause in VGC. But why does singles get it? I know the answer is because singles players are fucking crybabies and they want everything to be banned, restricted, or nerfed. But like, give me a different answer. I don't like that answer. Singles, y'all talking about the cheese? Talk about Pokemon. Mr. Hardcock. How you doing, Gage? I'm speaking gibberish to me. I'm just gonna watch Monarch go burr. Yeah, just Pokemon nerd shit. Oh hey, I still had some cheap pips boosters here from the last run. That's sick. Now we Gold Rush. Like, look at the combination of fire rate and reload speed there. That's so crazy. The fact that Gold Rush also gives reload speed. It doesn't even say it gives reload speed. It just does it anyway, because it's a Giga Chad. That was a aim issue. You go down there. As long as this guy doesn't run away, we're chilling. No, you don't get to move, you get to drop me cheap tips boosters. That is your mission. That is your purpose. I'm gonna get back for Blood Squad together sometime this week. I'm away for 2 weeks starting tomorrow, Micro.
Got one ready for ya.
I agree Sleep Plus should be a thing. A spore less than 100 accuracy might feel differently depending on what value they use. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, Foster. If they gave Spore, like, I think they should do 2 things to Spore. 1, cut its PP. Give Spore 5. Just 5. And then make it, like, 85 accuracy. People are fine with Will-O-Wisp Thunderwave being 85-ish, right? Just give it 5 PP and make it Will-O-Wisp accuracy. Boom. Done. Fixed. Cut its PP? Yes. Off. We need to revoke the Amogus Pokemon's access to having PP.
Eyes up. Got a target.
There we go. That's the melt I was looking for. There we go. That was good.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter.
That'd be a nerf or a buff. Depends on the use case.
Before they come at us again.
Depends on the use case. For some people, it's absolutely a buff. What's my money at? Chat, can someone look at EchoCast and tell me how much money I have? Because I have to be getting a lot from Gold Rush shenanigans. Yeah, Tidal Wave was surprisingly, like, good. Yeah, I could try Eruption. Because I have the reload speed. Oh, the Kensei would even apply to the Eruption hits. I think we'll just be boring and put Reflux on there for now. 427 mil. Thank you, Lizzie. Good way of earning money playing this build. Just kind of existing. I like this. I like this a lot. Now, thinking about Cheap Tips Gold Rush stuff at its most nightmarish, you could, in theory, put those on a Hustler Eraser Zane who has free weapon slots. Like, you just have those and then your weapon of choice and then, like, a flacker for ammo. And you just spawn a bunch of Cheap Tips boosters. And you make sure you hold your Gold Rush when you're getting your kills. Like you a lot, like you a lot. I like you guys a lot. Boom, roasted. Absolutely destroyed. You could apply this Cheap Tips Gold Rush stuff to so many different builds. I almost want to see what applying the Gold Rush shit to Tiger of Fartali would look like. Also, I could apply Cheap Tips to that setup too, in all honesty. It would only help the Pestilence Nova, though. Like, gun damage is not really as necessary because Driver covers that. But, like, the reload speed from Gold Rush could be funny. And the mag size fire rate would make Face Puncher use pretty strong. Because you get a lot of body and mind shots off in a short window of time. Basically, I'm coming around to Gold Rush as an alternative stat stick for a lot of builds. Like, if you can spare a weapon slot and just make sure you're holding it while you get a killing blow, the money spawns, you pick it up, then you switch back to whatever you'd normally be using. You just get the benefits. I like that. I think this is balanced because it's got a very short duration and it doesn't give damage directly. Gotta go. Thanks again, all. Have a good stream and good vacation. Thanks for hanging out. Like, see you in a couple weeks. And I appreciate you being here. Clone get the boosters. I don't think Clone can because you need to move to pick up boosters. You need to either press the prompt or move, and he'll do neither. I mean, in theory, we can get Clone to move the same way we can get Auto Bear to move, but I don't think that's relevant enough. But having Clone kill while you hold a Gold Rush would be a way of just getting the money. I guess maybe you could have Clone hold a Cheap Tips and shoot that while you're holding the Gold Rush, and then if he kills something, then you just switch to the Cheap Tips, pick up the boosters, and then pick up the money, although that'll all be in one place. He won't be killing anything. So I guess you want him to hold the Cheap Tips, and then you do the killing. And then anytime there's money, you hold the Gold Rush. Pick it up. Other setups where this could be relevant. I guess you could apply this to Moe's. Like Bloody Omnom sort of launcher setups. Just hold the Gold Rush when things are dying. Pick up the money. Can't think of a relevant application for Iron Bear. Other than, I suppose what you could do is, if you got a shit ton of cheap tips boosters, then switched to a Dark Army, that's probably pretty crazy, huh? Like, you could just sit there shooting an enemy until you have a fucking massive pile, then individually walk over all of them, switch to your Dark Army, and it's just permanently got that gun damage, and you're just chilling. Huh. And you could do that on any character. Snapshotted gun damage on a Dark Army goes absolutely fucking crazy. Let's see, how absurd could that be? You would just spawn them during a max speed slide on Zane, or on a driver Amara. On Black, you would stack up your stack bot first. +5 Scrappy Com, more like +5 Crappy Com. That hurt me to say, I love Scrappy. I'm trying to think of, like, I don't have a Dark Army set up right now, so I'm trying to think of a cool way of doing that. I guess we could just do that here, because Dark Army Kensei also fucks. We'd probably start using Hunter Seeker, so I have something to actively do while I just look at things. Yeah, alright, let's get a Dark Army, and do I have Hunter Seeker? I don't. I guess we won't really be able to benefit from Gold Rush here, but that's okay. We'll just put the Dark Army there. We won't be using the other weapon slots anyway, so it's fine. What element do we go here? I guess Corrosive. Makes the most sense. Crappy Com to boost your Dork Army. Army? What am I saying? Got him. Anoint-wise, what do I even do on this? Do I go next to Mags? I feel like next to Mags makes the most sense. Next to Mags, Cryo? Although that would interfere with the Kensei. I could just go 150 over 90 and be an asshole. I guess we'll try out next to Mags Cryo. And then I'm going to want a Hunter Seeker. I mean, Fish would go hard here too, but I have a Fish. Hunter Seeker will go, I guess, Radiation here. I don't really want it. I don't want to double down on that element too much. Like, I don't want it to be an optimal damage dealing element. It's like a backup. Okay, so the idea here is we equip cheap tips, and then we just get as much gun damage as possible. So I would be activating action skill for Wrath, and then just having as big a pile of cheap tips boosters as I can. And then I pick up all those, switch to Dark Army, and then just start running around grasping and throwing Hunter Seekers. That's the idea. The reason this works out this way is because the Dark Army's drones that fly around next to you, they look at the gun damage you have when you spawn them, and the drones are spawned when you switch to the gun.
Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Anyone else want to try? Two feeling good. Got one ready for ya.
Now we have the Dark Army out. These drones should be, like, pretty stupid damage-wise. Already seems like it.
Ooh, needed the break. Just stop.
I don't even have time to grasp. Okay, yeah. I don't even have time to use my action skill.
I want a damn challenge.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
I can feel the power.
That'll do it.
You're welcome. Ready to unleash this power.
Just proc more drones? No, you can only have the 2. But that's all you need. I can't remember if they benefit from Infernal Wish or not. Maybe they do. But obviously Revolter's a good bet. Where are my drones at? Oh, there they are.
You enjoying the show? Enjoy. Whale and dash like me. Easy. In corner, in a front. Oh, my baby. Armed and dangerous. Could have trained harder. Relax.
So, like, with Arms Race weapon design, Gearbox was definitely very aware of how well the items work together. And I just think that's a really big W. Because Kensei and Dark Army are both from Arms Race. Toboggan, Kick Charger, both from Arms Race. Like, they had these pairs of items that work so well together. And that cannot have been an accident.
Triple threat. Triple threat.
Flame and Dark Army work well together. Flame and Teddy work well together. If you're gonna attempt to get value out of Commandlet, Res is a hell of a nice thing to have. So they work well together because Commandlet doesn't work well with anything, but, you know. Fly and Kick Charger you can use together for gun dot build.
Time up.
Your range limit? Oh yeah. Okay, so we know the effective range of the Dark Army drones now. About here to there. Don't even time to use my action skill. Shield do you have on? I have a Revolter on right now. Revolter with triple Vagabond. Just because it helps me deal with elemental matchups that otherwise would give me some pause. And also the fire rate is really good on regular gun use on Kensei. It's getting more shots in that tight window. Dark Army, it is Chad shit. It is just very, very good. Common TD W. Like, you could do a flavor of this Dark Army tech on any character. I would say Mose gets the least value out of it, because she has the hardest time doing the gun damage stacking. But, like, the thing is, with this setup currently, we didn't do driver plus cheap tips. We just did cheap tips. So Mose can do that much, too, and then have this much formula for it. So what I kind of want to try is an Iron Bear build that does this with a Dark Army. Top 3 gun on Amara ammo. I'm seeing it. I'm very much seeing it. Echo never updated. It was updated at one point, like Mr. Sean said. It's just they broke it at some point in 2021, I believe, early 2021. They just broke it. It had DLC 5 and 6 compatibility when it first came out. Because, like, think about it. Arms Race EchoCast integration was a very big deal. So of course it showed those items. But they just broke it.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Feels so good.
I guess the element of this Dark Armor doesn't actually matter because the drones are always going to shoot non-LE bullets. Because I'm never hard reloading this thing. I guess that means next to Max Corrosive would be pretty good. Go deal with this. Need a grenade. There we go. You have the right angle, right? No, you don't. That's so unfortunate. I do this. Still have my drones, right? I do. Kill that. Okay.
Take down. There's nothing I can't beat.
That's so silly.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
And just look at things. That's the build. You just look around. Dark Army. It's so good. Do we try this on Moe's next, chat? With the Iron Bear shit? Like, that would give us the opportunity to use some cool Iron Bear weapons. Because having the super Omega buffed Dark Army drones behind us would mean we can use weapons that aren't necessarily good for single target, or aren't necessarily even good, and just have fun. Bear shit? Yeah, yeah. Does a bear shit in the Malawan takedown? We can find out.
The tiger pounces!
Trying to think what comm we would switch to optimally. I feel like Flare would be kind of crazy, because does Mose get Flare's V1 while she is in Bear? 'Cause she gets it while Cub is out, so I would assume she gets it while she's in Bear. So, like, running on Fume's Flare would be crazy. Because we have no access to V1 at all right now. Because we're not shooting, so we don't have Kuka Combo. We don't have Terror Damage and Fire Raid, we don't have Vic Rush. So think of, like, just an extra fresh multiplier. Yeah, we're gonna try this. Fiber Bear. This Iron Bear build sponsored by Fiber One. Someone shitting on Woden's toilet, Zom's and or floor. I don't know, do you, Quag? Or desk. Desk is one of my favorite spots. I got fire beat out of this. Or the upper deck. Oh no, not the upper decker Iron Bearer. I should ask Tizzle to make a beat out of that. Tizzle could totally do that. What was I doing? I was doing Bear Fist here. Okay. Skill tree wise, I want a flame with running on fumes, I guess. But a flare would be kind of crazy. Passives that would benefit Dark Army, I guess. Would I waste a gun damage passive? I don't know if I would. First things first, let's clone this save. Upper Decker Modes 2.0. But look at her. Could you get mad at her for upper deckering your toilet? Could you? Hang on. My game does not like the way I do copied saves. Okay. It doesn't like having this many saves in the folder. I could delete everything from before 65 and wouldn't really lose anything of value. But we gotta use a head skin here that looks like she would upper decker and then be kind of sorry about it, but not enough to not do it again. Looking for a very specific personality here. Nah, the mustache is too cultured. There'd be some rules, some decorum, some manners there. I'm feeling either Pilot Punk or this one.
Figure it out!
Scared the shit out of me. Well done, Gage. Well done.
I can work with that.
Fucker! Fucker, you can't escape me! How you doing today, Savage? So we could have short fuse as well. The Dark Army could just be short fusing. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be the shitpostiest Iron Bear build. It's not even actually an Iron Bear build. We're just using Iron Bear so we can't take damage while Dark Army kills everything. That's what we're doing. Going through Grandpa's football and baseball card collection, see if there's any rare ones. Neat. We laughed out loud at the description of the personality. I'm glad. Purple tree wise. We could go like extra super duper silly here and do like URAD to boost up Dark Army, give it that rad bonus element, get rad explosions off of that, do superior firepower. Like not running an Iron Bear Anoint seems just the funniest possible version of this. We're gonna want the gun damage from Harmonious Havoc. Yes, it also had 5, but pronounced like genuine. Genuine wagon wheels from the olden days. There it is. For that genuinely thought you were talking about a wagon wheel pistol from BL3. Yo, me too. The gamer brain rot. Do I go running on fumes here so that I can run a different class mod? No. I'll just take running on fumes from the Flame Com itself, I think. What weapons do I even run on Iron Bear? Do I just run target softening to buff the Dark Army? Yo, that's so base. That's the funniest shit ever. Support Iron Bear. I could run a TD or Company Man for more Dark Army damage. This is funny. This is gonna be so stupid. Remember how yesterday I said silliest mows ever? We've already dethroned that with just this in concept. In concept, this is silly. I'm very excited to see where this goes. Alright, so Dark Army. Element doesn't matter here, but actually it does, because Harmonious Havoc. So I'm gonna want to use the same element across all my weapon slots here. I think we go Corrosive. No, we would go Cryo. So that I could use a Cryo Grenade. Okay. So we go Cryo Dark Army. I think we can just comfortably go with the Cryo Hex. With Iron Bear Throw. We won't have a GA boosting it, but like, that's fine. Damn, did I put the wrong anoint there? I did put the wrong anoint. That's fine. We'll just have that there too. It's okay. And I'm gonna want 3 other cryo guns for my weapon slots. I want some sort of cryo shield. Guess I could do a cryo old god. Seems a little wasteful. Let me look at Lululemon. Weaken enemies for me to kill with a meme. Oh my god. Free level cap increased guns I've set in my bank from 2 years ago. It's true. I have guns from 2 or 3 years ago in my bank. Let's do a gun paint job. Literally, it's poop gun skin. I think just needs to be on skin for the drones. Yeah, yeah. We'll put a skin. We'll put a skin. Ooh, I can do cryo. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. I know what we're doing. I know what we're doing shield wise. I know what we're doing. Artifact wise, we could atom bomb. Do the Dark Army drones get SMG damage? Mr. Sean, if you're here. Let me assemble the rest of the gear roll, I think. Suppose I could test that real quick. We're gonna do action skill start, cryo, omnom. Got that hex there. Gonna want a flame with running on fumes. Toss that one. Guess I go area damage for short fuse. Area radius for hollow points, rad explosions. SMG damage. Then this slot, I could go Atom Bomb with SMG, AoE, rad damage. Dark Army drones getting kills should trigger Vic Rush. We'll go Atom Bomb Vic Rush. This is going to be so silly if it works out the way I think it will. You're gonna force Banjo on this meme. Now that you mention it, I kinda almost do. Like Banjo Dark Army. Not. There it is. I mean, at this point, why the fuck not, right? Do I have a Banjo? I have one. We could switch to it. It's level 27, lol. We could switch to it if it was relevant. Okay, so like this is gonna be real stupid. I need the cheap tips. You do roll cryo. Excellent. I guess I put kill stack. Put that there. That there, and then I just need another random cryo gun. We're gonna be super duper lazy and just go to the vendor. Let's talk about old guns of inventory. Reminds me of the time when BO3 Reddit. It's called the Shield for pointing out lies about their anger towards Epic Games. I mean, people with that weird platform loyalty mentality will throw around the word shill. I mean, people with no actual substantive point will throw around the word shill often. It's pretty strange behavior. Do I have any cryo gun here? Cool, random purple droog. But yeah, 6 stacks Harmonious Havoc. That is already 60% gun damage. That's cool. We have 2 Scrappy. We'll just have to make sure we're moving when we're spawning our Dark Army drones for another 12%. We got Armored Infantry for another 12% there. Not having Phalanx or Drowning in Brass is a little unfortunate. But, that's fine. So the idea here is we need to cheap tips. Okay, what modifiers do I have right now? Go to 11. Idea behind this is we're just going to be kind of in Iron Bear while Dark Army does all the work. Got mad pointing out Steam takes 30% while Epic takes 12% at the time. Don't know if it's different now. Yeah, it's been no secret that developers get more money off of Epic than Steam, but You can't mention that. Now, both platforms have their downfalls. I would not say be loyal to either of them. It's a case-by-case basis. Like, is it better in this instance? Cool, we'll go this route. And ultimately, it makes little enough of a difference to most consumers that you just get the one that you happen to already have more games on. But, you know, gamers and being needlessly tribal on the internet.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
So it's okay that we're not really doing damage right now. That's not why we're here. We're here to spawn cheap tips boosters. Okay, that's enough. Pick up all these. Switch to Dark Army. Jump an Iron Bear. And if we ever feel like it's not doing enough damage, we just debuff them with target softening.
I'm on a freaking roll!
Wondering if the Company Man's a better route to go damage-wise. So I'd like a little bit more gun damage here. We'll see. Had particularly bad experiences with Epic Games Store, notably randomly deciding I don't own games anymore. I need to go back for their support, supplying receipts so they can add games back to my library, although not a single time it hasn't been resolved. It hasn't stopped me from buying exclusives. Yeah, each storefront has their own issues. Like, I've occasionally had issues with Epic Storefront, but in my individual subjective experience, I've had massively more problems with Steam. Not saying I express loyalty to either platform. But Epic Games Store did send me that cool Tina thing back there a while ago, so another W for them. Or Epic Games specifically, not the store. Dark Army, shoot. I think maybe Green Monster would be a good pick here, actually. Because I could just go to running on fumes in the skill tree, and then I could just have Green Monster. Ooh, I like that idea. I just can't stand Steam's incessant pop-ups. Very annoying. I did get an epic pop-up during the stream. That was annoying, but there is an option to turn that off. Just need to do that. I guess, you know, the usual fish throw would be good here because we are building a lot of Groundbreaker through the Dark Army, now that I think about it. Yeah, Hukanu? Let me know if I absolutely butchered that. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Cyber Stomp not deliver Groundbreaker? I don't think it does, but I can't think of a reason why it wouldn't. Let's see. Doesn't look like it. I'll have to do a much more controlled test of that. Because, like, it should. It unleashed the dragons, it does Ripper, Disruptor, it should. Can't think of a reason why it wouldn't. But I'm under the impression it doesn't for some reason. I don't know why. No, that looked like it maybe did. I don't know, it's very hard to tell. I'll reset. I'll try that again. 100+ degree forecast. We're playing for Texas. If you have a good rest stream, enjoy your well-deserved time off. I appreciate that, Jaybridge. I hope you have a not awful trip yourself. Any of the Guardian Tree perks apply to Iron Bear? Obviously topped off for, you know, cooldown purposes, but we're Moes. We don't care about that. If I remember correctly, Iron Bear doesn't get Harmageddon, but Dark Armies are damaged, so it will. You can hollow point while in IB. That's a very relevant thing when you're using the IB weapons that can crit, such as railguns and miniguns. The combo doesn't, Overkill doesn't. Yeah, so the most relevant one is hollow point. Yeah. Also, how you doing, Sudden Death Mode? Good to see you. Yeah, I want to try out Green Monster here. So 5 Scorching. And if we go... area damage for short fuse. SMG damage. I don't really want to do gun damage. We'll stick with radius. Try this. And I don't know if this is worth, because I could just... Let's explore TD accompaniment. Yeah, we could do crit damage, and I guess fire rate. With area damage, move speed won't be relevant. Can do radiation damage. And I guess corrosive damage. We could also do fire damage. Do radiation chance. I'm gonna do fire damage. Why are you giving me that notification? Sorry about that. I'm sure that came through for you guys. Don't use OneDrive. Why are you doing that? Hey, Gasmask. How are you today? Hope you're well. Good to see you. This is some goofy shit. Doing pretty good? Hey, glad to hear. Don't embrace the Dark Army memes. This is the kind of BL3 stuff I really vibe with, where we're just messing with a build concept and it leads to another build concept, which leads to another one. Leads to just, hey, this shouldn't work, but it does. That's what keeps me coming back to this game. Okay, so we got our boosters. Now, our green monster should be stacking passively. Oh yeah, that's more damage. But I forgot to respec to get running on fumes. So as long as I don't shoot. Our fuel should still be pretty efficient. But I guess I want to change skill trees here. Pull some RPMs. Grab running on fumes. Yeah, just straight up pull 5. Because I still have 5 from the comp. That's another thing that just occurred to me. I could run different weapons because I'm not doing Specialist Bear. I could run fuel economy for movement speed in one hand and target softening in the other. That seems silly. But money pay you to figure out how to make a mine layer distributed denial centric mobbing build. I mean, you don't need to pay me for that. It's pretty straightforward. You just spam Mantis action skill start with a Watson on. It's your gameplay. Zane doesn't have a lot of depth to really toy around with in most areas, so the reason I'm chuckling is because it just boils down to the same thing Zane a lot of the time. That's why I play him less. I cannot see at all. What's my Dark Army shooting at? I guess it is shooting at Kraken. It's back. One thing I understand is why, one thing I don't understand is why Iron Bear doesn't die with the health regen active. I don't know either. For some reason, if you have biofuel active, it overrides the priority of you dying. It just says no to death. It's really scary. Iron Bear just can't die from damage if you have biofuel healing active. Now, it can still die from, like, Anathema's attacks, or if you get hit by a Death Skull, or if you fall off a cliff into the void. You know, those will still kill it, but... So we do that. You know if there's a way to save edit to change your mana modifiers? There is. I don't I don't know if the editor for that is still publicly available. I also don't know where on my drive it's installed, but basically, yes. Mayhem modifiers are, there's a seed assigned to each one. Basically, the whole Mayhem modifier thing is a predetermined seed, so there's a value for each combination. And some editors do exist where you can just plug in a seed that you know and you can change it. I don't remember which one it is off the top of my head because I've not done this for like a year. But it is a thing, gas mask. It exists. Let me start trying different editors. Yeah, I use Zach's editor usually, and I don't believe it has a slot for that. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It might have been, was it Raptors? It might have been Raptors editor. I think it was Raptors that has a slot for that. Dark Army thing not working the way you thought with Mo's. It's working. It's just predictably not working as well as the Amara version, just because Mo's has less gun damage up front, and like that tracks. That makes sense. I'm just toying around with different class mods. We can do a lot of silly things with this. I think that's cool. Even go green tree at all here? I mean, what else would I do? I guess getting Scrappy makes more sense over getting Stoke currently. But I'm not gonna do that. That'd be weird. I could get some kills for Drowning in Brass first. Like, if I get those 3 kills, that's 60% gun damage. And then I can keep building Drowning in Brass while I'm in Bear's damage. I guess I do take that. I could take EM as well. We still take Stoke. Alright, let's check this out. The way this is gonna go now is I run 1 target softening. I have no reason to run another weapon. That'd be funny though. Run target softening. What I need to do is, suppose I can use the back burner for this. I need to get 3 kills, so I have full Drowning in Brass. And I get the cheap tips boosters too. Yeah, that has no difficulty. Now we pick all of these up. Oh, well, I need to not blow myself up with TCP. Growing pains, growing pains. We'll figure it out.
Tango spotted.
And now I grab these. Switch to this. Jump in here. Now we should be set up. Like, we've got our Dark Army bullets doing their thing. They've got a corrosive bonus element. They've got a radiation bonus element. If they crit, they get a fire bonus element. Short Fuse is getting a corrosive bonus element, a radiation bonus element, and a fire bonus element. We can debuff with Iron Bear's weapons. We want Dark Army to do more damage. We also have enough damage where we should be able to just kill with... Yeah. A lot of visual pollution happening, but... We do still have TCP rat explosions. We don't have Atom Bomb. We have TCP. The cool thing about this is, like, having target softening helping Dark Army. I almost want to go with Its Piss over Hex for even more formula for the Dark Army. But I feel like that might be overcommitting to the gimmick. I guess another thing we could possibly do is Terra Cryo and then just generate it by stomping with Iron Bear. That seems a little silly too. Yeah, I think this Dark Army snapshotting concept, you could use it well with like a grenade Mose. It's like, you obviously wouldn't be holding GA to benefit your grenades, but Mose never needed that. And you instead have very strong just gun support along your line of sight. But I do think that Dark Army is mostly an Amara thing. However, Flacca and Zane do have very powerful ways of taking advantage. I think it's least suited to most. But obviously you can still do stuff with it. Hey Lucky, how you doing? Dark Army spawn Minesweepers deal damage to Iron Bear. They shouldn't. Maybe they do. I mean, it's your damage, not Iron Bear's damage. Like, Iron Bear can't hurt you, and you can't hurt Iron Bear, unless you use a backburner. So, I don't know. It depends on if the Minesweeper is calculated as your damage or Iron Bear's damage. Probably yours. Thanks for testing. Good and you? I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Build crafting today has been very fruitful, very enjoyable. Made some cool refinements to the Kensei build we've been messing around with on Amara. And now we're doing the silliest Iron Bear build I've ever seen on Mose, where Iron Bear isn't the damage dealer, Dark Army is. We're just kind of along for the ride. Shooting target softening to debuff for the Dark Army. It's very silly. There's definitely ways to squeeze more damage out of the Dark Army itself here. But it's still funny. Like, the thing we're missing out on is gun damage. I suppose... going with Bloodletter for the points in Desperate Measures would be an option here. I guess another thing I could do is, now Click's only 20% per point. How much is DM? 17. I guess that is more. If I got my Dark Army down to 1 bullet in the mag before I spawned the drones, and then when I switched to it, I'd have Click benefit So that could be up to 60%. I guess min-maxing around the amount of gun damage, like having Desperate Measures and Click Click active and Drowning in Brass active and the cheap tips boosters would be stronger Dark Army. It's a lot of effort. Upper Decker support bear. Another flavor of this you could do is, instead of focusing on the Dark Army gun damage angle, just continue to do, like, support bear stuff, except you hold a GA and you just let the grenades that get deployed by your Anoint absolutely murder everything. It's like, you get your full grenade formula, Guardian Angel, and you're also debuffing the target softening. A lot. And our fuel efficiency is pretty crazy here, because we're not shooting super often, but also we have full uptime, essentially, on Purple Tree Capstone, running on fumes. We just have huge bear uptime. A way of going TGTD for just Fire Burst. You did GA with Iron Bear Throw Fire Burst. Yeah, that seems pretty good. I got the action skill start O.M here, because it's really good damage for that couple seconds when we first get into bear. It's not really doing anything for me after that, but I'm struggling to think of a shield that would. It's just like Cryo Old God. And formula-wise, that's not very interesting. We have superior firepower, so we have 100% there already. An extra 20 is like... Struggling to think of anything else that's relevant. Want to say hi, gotta go, have a great day. Thanks for stopping in, Lucky. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great day as well. I think a front loader for max tester measures 1 HP. That's actually a good shout, sudden death mode. That's really good. That's a really good idea. Cryo front loader. That's a really good idea. Oh, now you got my brain juices cooking. I think that's best case here. Because then I could restructure skill tree-wise. I could drop Stoke. I could start taking Desperate Measures. But that would also just let me equip that 3 Desperate Measures... Sorry, 3 Desperate Measures, Tooth in Red Line, Bloodletter, when spawning the Dark Army. Then I'd have the gun damage. Yeah, no, that's probably optimal. I mean, before I forget about that, let me actually give myself one of those. Hey, Lyman. There is not a pet in arm's reach for me to pet. They're both over there. Cats. Cat. Let's see what they're up to. There's Pep. Shit, you're heavy. Have it. You big boy. Say hi first before you run away. Fine. Infernal Wish, Proc, and Dark Army drones. I don't actually remember the answer to that, Samich. That's worth testing. But I mean, if it does, then yeah, that's really good here. If it does. I was mostly thinking in terms of cryo shields for the Harmonious Havoc stack, but if Wish worked, then it would be worth the loss of one. Cryo front loader with this Vagabond would be a good shout here. What do I run anoint-wise here? I guess some sort of ASE. ASE cryo? Yeah. Or I mean, honestly, I'll make two. Make one with the expedite anoint. Oh, I forgot to actually. Did I? No, I didn't. Our shift server's okay right now? Here's the random shift player stuff. Generating items in an editor and then using the hotfix injector to mail them to myself. Which doesn't work on drones? That'd be a mega busted? Yeah, it would be. Need flak advice? Well, what's up, Lyman? How can I help? Hey, Colby. I usually lurk and was curious to know anything about BL3HM failing to inject and boot in BL3 and search around for a fix come up empty-handed. I don't know anything about that. Considering I just had an issue with the default shift player unable to reach me, maybe it's down right now. Maybe it's experiencing some problems. Because, yeah, I'm not getting the mail that I just made. I don't know. Hey, Boom. How are you? Pretty good. What are we doing? This is a Dark Army build where we sit in Iron Bear. It's not actually an Iron Bear build. It just looks like one. But this is Dark Army doing the work, while we just kind of vibe inside Bear and use target softening to debuff. Support Iron Bear. Command for Maya modifiers. Gas Mask is asking. Gas Mask was asking in the chat as well. I already answered. I don't remember exactly where I have that stuff. But by my recollection, use Raptor's editor for that, which should still be on GitHub, I think. Let me see. Actually, inspiration. I found it. Hey, Gas Mask, you still here? You are. Cool. Super old spreadsheet. But this is exactly what you need. This has some of the popular seeds. And it's got a link to the correct editor. Poor big guys just balling on Iron Ray, literally didn't care. Yeah, I didn't even notice. I wasn't paying attention. Link to that in Discord will know where to start using topic injection to save editor. There's tutorials. Yeah, the modding channel has one pinned, I believe. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Amara after this, because I want to do Amara Dark Army again.
Giant bastard up!
Yeah, not fantastic boss-wise right now. Hey, Nava Nato, please tell me if I butcher your name. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Thank you for the support. Can I just... that? Yeah, I can. Iron Bear's stupid. Weird Kensei stuff you were doing earlier. I'll go back to it, boom. But basically, thanks to some science, cheap tips and Gold Rush are now, like, in my opinion at least, must-haves on Kensei builds that don't use Dark Army. Because cheap tips gives you 50% gun damage per booster. And these boosters will stay for your other weapons as long as you pick up the boosters while holding the cheap tips. So just spawning 2 boosters gives you a full Amara skill tree worth of gun damage. You can spawn a lot more than 2 with the amount of fire rate we have on the build. And then Gold Rush gives a ton of fire rate. I can't even see. Fire rate, reload speed, and mag size, which allows for uptime during Kensei windows the same way. Those stats are very valuable for Gorillas in the Mist. Same exact concept. A little hard to see while playing this. Infernal Wish helps spawn more boosters. It would be more projectiles, yeah. It's just Infernal Wish on Amara is, you have no way of fighting the drain. Whereas Black, you can invest in your bad skill tree to do it. Moze can just kind of do it for free. Zane even has some ways of fighting it with Sentinel and Drone. But Amara has no way of stopping Wish from just Omega murdering her. This needs a little work on the bossing side of things. However, it's funny. And we are invincible. Oh. Hey, Lima, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think your front loader idea is gonna be good here. Death mode as I optimize this more. Hold still. There we go. A silly setup.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Maliwan think twice before
Did I say Sentinel and drone? Sentinel and clone is what I meant. For a flag question? Yeah. Go ahead. You can see we don't have much in the way of Iron Bear damage right now. So dealing with these beefy single-target armored enemies, I was hoping Green Monster would do more for this than it is. This might mean maybe Flare Comm becomes the play. Because as long as we don't shoot too often, we still keep a high bonus. I'm gonna come back to this. I'm gonna come back to this with the front loader and maybe we try Flare. Debuff Bear? Yeah, Ramen. Dark Army as the main damage dealer while we're hanging out in Bear. Snapshotting as much gun damage as we can into the Dark Army drones by using stuff like cheap tips. And then just Dark Army does the killing while we just hang out in Bear. For free. Liking the concept so far. I just need to get more gun damage and figure out the bossing. Unironically, maybe Banjo goes in that setup too, by the way. Running Jacob's Flag, trying to improve my aim. Store is piece of cake. Cannot do endgame stuff at all, even on like Mayhem 3. So with Jacob's stuff, you need to be very careful about your weapon choices. There's weapons people like that just aren't very good. There's weapons that are referred to as like these do-all really good guns that in reality aren't unless you have perfect gear. Such as, you know, in the not very good category, you have the Maggie. It's fine, it's viable, it's doing you no favors. There's also that tool. Let me bookmark that. Thank you, Mr. Sean. Let me actually just grab that. And then there's, in the category of stuff that only works as well as people say it does with perfect gear, that's Hellwalker. And even then, Hellwalker's overshadowed by other things. It's going to be very much your weapon choices. Something I could really recommend if you're doing Jacob's stuff, it's very hard to use, but the TK's Wave and Tidal Wave do insane damage. Basically did the story with Trickshot. Okay, Trickshot requires a lot of gear to do well. Requires a lot. Kevin, you're a good boy. What are you doing? Hey, Ruka, how are you? As I roam the wilds of Twitch, constantly reminder how much I appreciate your generosity, clever brain, chill attitude. Much love to you, and hope you have a great stream. Awesome human. Hey, that means a lot to hear, Ruka. I could say all of the same things about you. So I will. You are one of the kindest people I've had the pleasure of meeting through the Borderlands Twitch community. I truly always have a thoughtful thing to say. And your community is like one of the ultimate good vibes hangout spots. Jacob's guns, Hellwalker, only Jacob's gun you need ever. No other option. You're shitposting Broadway, and I appreciate that. How you doing?
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy
Robin's call? Yeah, Robin's call is pretty bad.
Counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Tidal Wave, TK's Wave, so much to do Fade Away, Red Fang. That's gonna be personal preference. It's gonna be personal preference. If you're having trouble with survivability, Red Fang's a very easy out there.
Not gonna hold you forever. I'm unstoppable. Oh, you was there more of you a second ago?
You could do 3-shot fade with like Bounty Hunter. That would be optimal damage. Huge rush of emotion, thank you for kind words. Of course. Of course. Hey Savage, thanks for taking care of Ruka. I appreciate that.
Gotta hand it to me.
Drone damage doesn't seem right in the slightest. Perfect. Yeah, so it's two layers of fuck death mode, because the first thing is, you know, we snapshotted a bunch of gun damage onto it, so it's already good. And then we've got all of Amara's standard, like, bullet interactions, like indiscriminate, like going through ties of the vine, all that stuff. But we're also doing Kensei, so the Dark Army bullets are gonna get that too. So it's just kind of like
Fully energized.
silly. Hey Hawken, how you doing? Good to see you. The most gun damage I believe you could get onto the Dark Army is unsurprisingly, Zane territory. But Amara has the most interactions. Now, Flak has some flavors where they can do interesting things. Like, obviously you can stack bot for this, and then switch to a bounty hunter, which is crazy. And then you have Megavore, which is silly. So that's something you could do here. But like I said earlier, everyone but Mose can make this kind of ridiculous. Mose can just make it good. Pretty good, killing some time at coffee shop. I had an interview. How are you doing? I'm doing well. It's been a productive build crafting day today. I'm just enjoying a nice chill stream where I overthink game mechanics for the entertainment of others. I'm looking forward to. I'm going on vacation tomorrow. A couple weeks. It's gonna be great. And I'll be back just in time to play Remnant 2 when that drops. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. You're gonna crush that interview, by the way. You are going to absolutely own that interview. You are going to show it who is, I mean, I was gonna say boss, but who's going to work for the boss, I guess, in this context.
Those are advanced.
Yeah, you got it.
We're after something bigger. Keep going.
Not even making the drones elemental. Hashtag not my elemental Amara. Now, so does respawning the drones, so it doesn't respawn the drones unless I remake them by switching away and switching back, right? Like, emptying the mag to make them elemental doesn't reset the gun damage? Correct? Okay, that's even dumber. So you're telling me I can just do this with no consequences. Ah, stupid. See, I was under the impression that making them elemental reset the gun damage, but it just doesn't. So this means I don't want mag size here. That's what that means. We're gonna make a thing real quick. We're gonna do a thing. Mag size bad, yeah. Yeah, this gun is kind of crazy. What if I did the banjo, though? Like, what if I just did it? You don't need to do it on Amara, but I kind of want to do it on Flak. This is so silly. This gun is just silly. Do it. Banjo. Fire rate good. Fire rate is good. What passes am I using right now? Fire efficiency cooldown. I guess I would go SMG damage here. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot default shift player is not doing the thing right now. Never mind. I would have to directly edit my save. Never mind. No, that's for another time. Default shift player is missing in action.
Why even try?
That gives me a question. Is EchoCast on right now? It is. Yeah, so mag size is stopping me from efficiently getting the Dark Army shit going. But that's fine. Also, I have Dread, so like that's auto-reloading me too.
Time up.
Doesn't reopen. Seems to be working. Leave me alone. Troubleshooting. Leave me alone.
So much power.
Use the EXE? I don't. Never bothered to switch over to the new way. Hope default shift player is okay. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. Maybe they're on vacation too. Yeah, Dark Army's insane. This is one of those cases where mag size is bad, but like that's okay. First ever paid vacation. Let's go, Ember. Huge W. You go invincible dash commando. Okay. What a cop art. Oh no. Wait, hang on. Work for Applebee's. Nice. Apple A has been real quiet since Applebee's dropped, all I'm saying.
Absolute massacre.
Oh, come on, Sleeps. That was a good one.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
God.
Feels so good.
This gun's silly, man.
Another takedown.
It's so
Been out
silly.
my own.
No, we're using guns that require me to participate.
Legend.
Hemo time. I could.
That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
And it would be good. No, we cheap tips. We grab the boosters. Well, then we grab money with Gold Rush. Pew pew. As Randall intended. Common Lizard, a Beepex Predator. She's really... I don't know why I love that so much, Frogurt, but I do. I really do. Sorry. Gotta head out later. Have a good one. Boom. I should wonder how fast I can take down Hemo. Probably very, very fast. Especially because it'd be pretty easy to get a good amount of cheap tips boosters in the Hemo fight. We'd just do something like this.
Oh, I could get used to this.
Okay, now every one of these blue boosters you see, it's 50% gun damage. Now, according to Loot Lemon, there's a bug where if you pick up a bunch at once, it doesn't, like, save them.
Let's make this quick, yeah?
Like, you'll get the benefit of one. But that's still a lot. And you get that gun damage for 12 seconds.
Always useful.
Shooting the ringer spawn cheap tips boosters. Bro. I don't have a ringer to test that. I guess you're trying to get me to go kill Hemo, huh? Alright, remind me after this run, chat. We gotta go kill Hemo and hope she drops a ringer.
Almost time.
Yeah, Monarch with Gold Rush and cheap tips bonus is balanced. Something you could totally do is go on Flak, Gorillas in the Mist, cheap tips. Use that to partially stack up Stackbot, but also to get your boosters. And then just Punchbot to get to your next window, and then switch to a real gun. Like, we saw how stupid Punchbot is with 495% gun damage. Now imagine Punchbot with, like, 1000% gun damage. Should we be imagining such things? I don't know. Probably not. But I'm gonna. Oh wait, I can switch from Underseeker. Mesmeric.
Are we through here? Don't move.
That Monarch fire rate, man. Monarch Kensei goes hard,
Those were advanced mechs.
especially when assisted by Gold Rush, giving the Monarch 113 mag. Like, this is without doing the Vladoff company man with extra mag size down there. Like, I just want to play Torrent Kensei build, so much better sound effect breaks. Yeah. Mr. Sean recommended Torrent, and I did use a bit of that today. I think it's funny that you can also use cheap tips to, like, blow up barrels and shit, and you can get boosters off those.
Enjoy.
Is a barrel toxic waste an instrument? Apparently.
Yeah, I could use the practice. Let's stop.
Hey, Fleece. Sorry I can't stop today. Just popped and say hope you have a nice time off. I appreciate that. Good to see you. Hope you have a good couple weeks too. I'll see you next.
I'm a freaking legend.
That was a good clear.
On and fake.
The opportunity to get some cheap tips.
Comes the drop.
Oh yeah. Big gold rush here. Get the money. Oh, that's unfortunate. Actually going down there just gave me my cooldown back sooner. It's like there's some weird things you can do with in the sphere of combo breaker, avatar, and going down. So if you go down while you have an enemy grasp, your action skill is not considered as active for the purpose of cooldown anymore, so it'll start cooling down. So you can then like get a combo breaker kill to get up, and then you'll I'm gonna die here. It's fine. I wasn't paying enough attention. And then you'll be able to have your action skill again when you get up. It means that kind of in the same way you can down yourself to strategically reload a lucky 7, you could down yourself to strategically get your action skill back faster. But it's an RNG thing. Unless you do it right away, in which case then it could be, because like duration wise 7 seconds.
What to do, I suppose.
If you somehow have your cooldown to the point where it's less than 7 seconds, then it's faster to do that, but probably don't. Not without expedite anyway. Any boosters? No? Sad. Yeah, I like leading with Gold Rush because despite the fact that it has lower duration, it allows me to spawn more cheap tips boosters in a short window of time. Because of the fire rate. I can just...
Helping hand. Anyone else want to try?
for those. I haven't refluxed it a bit. Let's do that.
I'll take this badass with 6 hands tied behind my back.
Yeah, I think my favorite Kensei weapons are Reflux, Dark Army, maybe Torrent. I'm sure we could find a way to get Breath of the Dying to do the thing reliably. I think that'd be cool. Amara, fight for your life moment. Zane players have no idea how good they got it. Point where I probably should have an Ember's Purge on this save, but we're just not gonna do that.
Why even try? In the palm of my
So satisfying exploding group of villagers in Minecraft. Like, Pup T, thank you for the 34 months and the tier 2. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Quagged Cozy Qua.
Wag Cozy Qua.
Let's make this quick, yeah?
How you doing? Good to see you. My boosters, sir. Sir, I requested my boosters. Thank you. Zane players in the conversation requires valid. Wah. Okay, how are you? I can't complain. Enjoying nerdy stream. We digging into some cursed build craft, and also just really enjoyed this new Amara setup. And I'm excited for my vacay. I'm pretty good. I'm trying to greed a bunch of cheap tips boosters here. It's probably not in my best interest. But like, look at the pile we got. We grab all of those. We have all of those. That's this one. This is a good melt. Yeah, I got a little greedy with the cheap tips boosters there, but that's fine. It's fine. That's fine. Alright, so I actually remembered for once, Hemo. Yeah, try it with this setup, and then we switch to Dark Army if that doesn't go well. Let's do some Hemo. Hey, Moo Girl, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Let stream go. Oh. Thank you, Pupty. Here's a critical thing for Zayna. He's critical thinking. It's pretty based. So we probably won't get much value out of Gold Rush here. I don't imagine there will be that many individual enemies to kill. So I think I'll focus on putting boosters down with cheap tips and just having a bunch that I can pick up. Give myself nearly spoilers incoming. I don't want spoilers. I might still play the Outer Worlds at some point. Or Outer Wilds, excuse me. Copy.
I'm just getting warm. Grabbed an idiot.
Sure, my game's backlog is like 5 years long at this point, but you don't know.
Power.
I might. When I'm dead. Listen.
Don't move.
Metroid stream that'll... It'll happen. Emo? I guess I'll spawn some boosters off you then. I guess that's a cool thing you can do here. You can just shoot the, you know, immune enemy and get free boosters.
To the hand. This is so goddamn supply.
Oh, the pods are explode. How did I not know that? How did I not know that? Ow, 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 that's damage, that's damage. Stop. Don't do that.
I am brimming.
I guess there I switch weapons instead of reloading. Oh no.
Palm of my hand.
Ow.
So much power.
You wanna burrow over me so I can grab those boosters? Oh, I'll just grab them anyway.
Is that it? Stop struggling.
Yeah, it works. Maybe I need 2 monarchs equipped so I don't have to reload. Dark Army should make this trivial though.
Feel the power. Take them out. Time up. Did the break.
hitboxes in this fight. Stress me the fuck out. Obviously, switching Kensei to fire here would be more optimal, and running something other than Icebreaker, but I did want to run it with just the default setup. Let's see. Now that I have all my boosters, that's certainly some gun damage. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're not gonna spawn ads anymore, are you? Yeah, you are. I'd kill the other one first.
I am the greatest.
Fuck, ow. So the answer to how this deals with Teemo is if you play well, very well. Just being attentive to switching your element to the appropriate one, i.e. corrosive on the armor bars, and then fire on the flesh bars. Considering this is what it looks like when you don't pay attention, that's not bad. Also, this is without me using Gold Rush at all. Gold Rush mag size would help my sustain a lot here. Yeah, it's pretty decent. I could be using a piss here to assist my damage. Yeah, that doesn't do enough damage to lifesteal through that. Now I know. Looks hard. It's not. It's generally any adversity here is being created by me choosing not to switch to the correct thing. It's self-imposed. Like, I'm standing there and eating attacks that I don't have to. I'm not switching to an element that I should be using. Just me seeing what this is like when I brute force it. I didn't mean to pick up that booster. Those boosters, I should say. That was a poorly timed reload. That was entirely my fault. Bad choices. This is one of the few bosses in this game that can actually make you have to make good choices. If you reload at the incorrect time, well, you're down again. That's just not me moving fast enough. But they do give you, like, infinite fucking chances. Way more than I remembered. The fact that they're allowing me to just do this is kind of, well, Borderlands. Free. Okay, now we'll do it with Dark Army. What was Grab Snare functionally supposed to do? It's supposed to briefly knock enemies into the air, hold them in place, then put them down. In practice, by briefly, it's like a couple of frames before they start shooting at you again, and then they casually walk out of the AoE. And that's the very few enemies that can be affected by it, which is a minority of them. Question, why in Purple Tree? 'Cause, like, meant for easier crits. I mean, the question why in Purple Tree applies to everything in Purple Tree, because none of the stuff goes together. It's one of the many ways it's apparent that Black Purple Tree is just kind of a pile of half-baked ideas that they threw together because they needed a skill tree for the character, didn't have a designer on hand who gave a shit, and just kind of went with what they had.
Here comes the drop. Spawn up, win a prize.
What, 32,000 Iridium? Yeah. There's some saves where I played them before we had any Iridium sinks, and I don't spend on them because I save edit. So it's just the accumulation of characters since, like, 2020. I copy a lot of my saves. So.
Anyone else
I did organically have, like, 250,000-ish Iridium on my Rackstab save when DLC 6 came out. And a lot of my Flak saves are copies of my Rackstab save, so a lot of them inherited that. In this case, almost all my Amaras are either saves from Lazy or saves from Stone Swan. So, not all of them, but almost all of them. So they have whatever Iridium value that save originally had.
Oh, grave digger. You're welcome.
If I have more than, like, 50k Iridium on a save, just know that it's because I don't spend Iridium on that save ever. They were going on vacation? I did. I live on the East Coast. I spend a couple weeks every summer over on the West Coast.
Stop. Armed and dangerous. Shoot that one and thank me later.
Dark Army pretty good, and this is with almost no help from my artifact slot. Honestly, being hurt by my artifact slot because it has mag size. And once again, me not switching elements as I'm supposed to.
Are we through here?
I didn't mean to tunnel Vermi like that, it just kind of happened that way.
A fight for me? Oh, you shouldn't have.
I guess running, I mean, of course running AAC Fire would be better here.
Just
Let's see what this looks like. It's gonna be toxic, I'm sure. Army, you got me? No one got me. I know Dark Army got me. Yeah, Dark Army got me. Hey, Sleepless Dingus. I cannot be trusted to switch elements when you should was a common notation on grade school report cards. That is true. Battle Bit remastered, hella good. I don't know. Yeah, Dark Army is silly. Alright, let's go back to the normal setup. I'm gonna go back to doing the takedown flavor. Now, what guns could I mess with here that I haven't yet? I'm gonna look at the weapon list again. I know I keep doing this. Inspiration. Liuda could be pretty crazy, but I'd have to sweet spot. Bangarang. Bangarang makes bullets that get grenade bonuses, which is interesting. Pretty sure Bangarang goes through indiscriminate and stuff, right? Tried conference call. I guess it's only fair that we try convergence next. Phasor underbarrel would be good. Ooh, stone thrower. Just remembered the stone thrower. Unironically, Infinity would be fine here because we're forcing so many bonus elements in fire rate. I guess light show is an option, but ugh, I don't like the light show. Not that it's not good, it's just that I don't like it. My brain is fried right now. I need more coffee. Night Flyer. Oh, that'd be so base. Because Kensei can get the killing blow. Wait, default shift player is missing in action still, though. Solution. Just edit the save directly. Actually, well, I'm gonna have to rename this. Workaround for default ship player not being available. Hang on. Hang on. I wish this list sorted the way it did in game, but I don't have that many saves. Only almost 2,000. There it is. Put that there. Hop over here. That. Inventory. Okay. Items. Let's do. I just want to see how this works out. Night Flyer Kensei seems funny. Wait, what? To what? What was the other thing I was gonna do? Oh yeah, artifacts. Yeah, let's make a company man for the Dark Army. it's gonna work properly. I think it should. I go reload speed here, actually. Optimally, right? Yeah. Damage fire rate, reload speed. Go cooldown. More reload speed? No. Melee. Still get cryo efficiency. Yeah, do that. Thousand saves. Some of them are backups, but yes. Whenever I make a new build, I usually make a new save for it. And then there's testing saves, there's mules, there's lots of builds. I mean, think about it this way. For like a year of BL3 content, I just played a different build every day, or made at least one new build every day on stream. That was like one full year of my content creation. So that alone, you know, it's gonna be at least 300 saves. And then think about the fact that this game is almost 4 years old. That's just my own builds. That's not other people's builds. That's not mules. It's not backups. Okay, so the Night Flyer, its unique gimmick, its legendary effect, is that it can't bring enemies below 1 HP directly. Now, a possible application of this is ensuring you get killing blows with the thing you want a killing blow with, and this means that, provided I switch up my grenade anoint, just do that. I have nothing that can steal the kill from Night Flyer except my Kensei bonus element. So provided we put enough damage into this Night Flyer, Kensei will be the only thing getting the kills, which means we could do like Corrosive and then do Flesh Melter. We could do somewhat more consistent combo breaker chains, provided we get this thing doing enough damage, that is. It's also full auto when you jump. Weird. It's not the right element. I'll take it. Hey Carter, how you doing?
Come on, I want the damn challenge. For form, that's what did you in.
We grab that there, and we do that.
It's on now.
See, I don't have Kensei active, so I can't kill that guy. Now... Oh no, it's still... Wait, no, it does. It does. Oh, I see what's happening. So the Kensei bonus element's applying a dot, and that's what's getting the kill? Okay. It's gotta be something with its own damage source fully. That makes sense. But yeah, I can't quite do what I was hoping for with that. That's okay, honestly. Can I greed this kill? Yeah, I can't. Okay, that's useful for a different reason. You can still guarantee hollow points and red explosions with that. What do we use instead this run? More Monarch. Why is it fully auto while jumping? I don't know. Does Batman famously go burr in the air or something? 'Cause it's a Batman reference. Like, I don't know.
Time up.
Audio's starting to struggle from all the fire rate boosts. I can switch this back. I do want that rad. Yeah. We get our cheap tips boosters. We get our gold rush money. We do that. Let me get a little more gold rush money. A little more. My game audio gave up, chat. Literally too much fire rate. It gave up.
This is all too easy. Hands up.
I'm gonna restart my game real quick. Fix this. Hopefully. Hopefully Steam doesn't crash my PC this time. I just want to do one more run, like with audio. It was like when I played my playthrough on BL3 is randomly doing fire damage with non-LE weapons, sometimes corrosive. I mean, it's not random. Like, what weapon were you using, what character were you on, what skills were you invested into? Gotta pay attention to what we're using, you know? Black, level 15, using what gear, using what anoints. Black doesn't have bonus elements in tree, so it won't be that. At random webs. Well, that doesn't tell anything, then, you know? Nemesis pistol. Okay, Nemesis' unique effect is that it has bonus shock damage. It is a fire or corrosive pistol that has bonus shock damage. Yeah, it's not a case of you're randomly doing damage of an element. It's items have effects. If something unanticipated is happening, you have an item going that's having some sort of effect. It's that simple. It's funny for these games with how random the loot system is. Very little in combat is actually random. Very little. There are some chance-based triggers, but a lot of them are predetermined. This isn't a game with damage ranges, so you will do the same damage if you're in the same circumstances every single time, as long as you keep all the values the same. Things don't randomly get stronger or weaker, unless that's part of the item's effect. Very little is actually random.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance.
And again, that's funny because of how the loot system works.
Are we through here? Feels so good. Stay. Gotta hand it to me. You enjoying the show? I'm down for the brawl.
So I need you to throw out and die. Thank you. And phase grasp targeting. So annoying. Again? Really? Ugh. Get gold rush money. Get cheap tips boosters.
Ready to unleash this power. Anyone else wanna try?
Profit. Or Outswillian Views to the ears. Really good sound design. Which they, for the most part, they nailed in this game. Sound design is just almost always great. In soundtrack, in SFX, just really good choices.
Take them out. Stop. Fully energized.
Yeah, I can just spawn some cheap tips.
Oh, I could get used to this.
I get Gold Rush going. Tips. Now Gold Rush. That would fail. We somehow take that much damage through all that? That's crazy.
So much power. Valkyrie.
There we go.
I'll get my own drink in Valhalla.
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger.
Yeah, I know I've played mostly like 2 builds this whole stream, and I don't tend to fixate that much, but this is fun. gun build's fun. Yeah. Guardian rank token. Go where it doesn't do anything. Pretty much lurk all day, gotta bounce, have a great vacation. Thanks for lurking, Jester, I appreciate it. I appreciate the well wishes. See you in a couple weeks.
I'm a freaking legend. Why even try? Somebody shoot this one.
Gold rush money. Get cheap tips. And they get one tap by a reflux because we got like 200% gun damage there, if not more.
I hope you're warmed up.
More cheap tips. Have a barrel.
Stronger together. Usually.
Made the lame faker build. All I've been hearing today are red solutions. Nice. Still think that's such a cool build name. From game breaker to lame faker.
More grave digger. You're welcome. Who wants some free
The game breaking builds are the ones that don't use guns. Not always true. But a lot of silly non-gun stuff.
right.
Some undervalued weapons in the game you think don't deserve to be. Tidal wave. Cheap tips. Just going off some of the stuff we've used recently on stream. Conference call. Hutsman. Beacon. Pestilence. The res, interestingly enough. A lot of underappreciated guns in this game.
That is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Making headlines. Back off.
Just making sure there's as much gold rush fuel around as possible. Now we do this. Grab the cheap tips boosters. Grab the gold rush money. Oh, jeez.
Take down. There's nothing I can't beat.
Brilliant work,
do it.
Bolt Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Beacon's Nova deal more than the gun damage or equal? I don't remember what the damage of the Nova is, but it scales on how empty your mag is. The more empty your mag is, the more damage the Beacon's Nova does. Monarch. Yeah, just all of those indiscriminates, and then, you know, the raw DPS of the Monarch. The Monarch synergizes well in this in a way that, like... So, this gun is not particularly inclined towards crits, because you can't realistically hit crits very well, and it's just very suited to body shotting. But a lot of Amara gun builds really want to crit because of how important that is formula-wise for her. But with Kensei, you don't, because melee can't crit, so you just... You body shot anyway. You just care about spamming instances. So it fits pretty well. Hey, Turbo. The blink and you miss it moment. Yeah. Monarch boss melts be like. We could kick out even more DPS with a ×8 Monarch here. And I think, honestly, with enough Gold Rush mag size, that might not be crazy. It might not be the silliest thing. Beacon with this build. This isn't particularly suited to Beacon. It would be bad, because Beacon's good gun put on any gun build is good, but keep in mind, this is not a conventional gun build. This is some Kensei stuff, so we kind of want specific sort of weapon behaviors. Like, the Reflux is here because it has a lot of instances of damage, and the chains are also gun, which means Kensei goes on that, so it's multi-target. Even outside of, like, indiscriminate, but it goes through walls and stuff, it's real good. And then Monarch is just a ton of bullets. So it's a single target melter. And then we have Cheap Tips and Gold Rush here to buff our other two guns. Beacon would just kind of work out as a regular gun that wouldn't be particularly synergistic with anything I'm doing. Right, exactly what Stone Swan said. It's good gun on good build equals good, but not because those things are good together. I'll do one more. One more. Although, you talking? I mean, with the cryo angle that I'm doing right now, Beacon has good cryo efficiency. Is that where you're going with it? Because we'd have the good freezing, then we'd have the unweave splash instance. Oh yeah, same brain cell, same brain cell.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter. Push these rats back! I want a secure perimeter!
Time for a feeling good. Next. Oh, I could get used to this.
Vault Hunter spotted! We are compromised!
Be still.
We gotta take out that Vault Hunter! Now! Front gate!
I mean, it was very rude. I was trying to get my Cheap Tips going.
Always you
From the back? Really, dude? It's so toxic.
making headlines.
I'm just trying to kill you. Why do you have to participate? That was very greedy of me. grasp targeting, yes. Oh, I forgot to go on bipod mode again. That was just rifle mode. Rifle mode Monarch. My grass failing so much today. Really weird. Yeah, Beacon could maybe. With the cryo infusion I'm doing, with the cryo Kensei bonus element. With extra unweave, probably. I only have the one right now. Amara has wet hands, that's why he cannot grasp. He's sweaty. Just got back from the gym. Didn't reload my Monarch. I got lazy. Weapon swap.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Do we know if the beacon's Nova is a bullet? Or is it just a Nova that scales with gun damage? Basically, like, does Kensei apply to that? Just a question. Not having a good day. This will be a nice build to come back to next time I come back to BL3. I like that over the last couple weeks we made more builds that I really vibe with. We got that true melee flak. We got dot Mo's. We have a new Kensei Amara. Taking that down. Hey Casey, how you doing? According to Marilla's testing in your Discord, Nova gets gun damage V1, V2, not gun only V2, splash elemental effect that just like, doesn't get gun only V2, leads you to believe it's not a bullet. Yeah. Cheap Tips tech, I think, has some more interesting applications. You could do a lot of stuff with it because it's gun damage. Like, you could use that to build a pile of boosters and then set up for a dot. Use it for a boss one-shot tech. Obviously, Dark Army tech. Gold Rush tech probably added one of my Kensei builds. Yeah, I really feel Gold Rush Kensei is super synergistic because of the... It lets you condense things down into a window where you can just apply more damage. Same principle as Revolter on Gorillas in the Mist. Like, sure, it's got the bonus element, but the reason why we use Revolter is because you can get it up front, action skill start, and it gives all the fire rate. It's not actually because of the bonus element. Speaking strictly Black Gorillas in the Mist terms. Any ads? No? Not gonna? Cool. Had cheap tip boosters, you'd be dead. Dead, I tell you. Dead! Excuse me, stop attacking me. Can't wait for 2033 where the build docs are 100 pages long. We've now reached the point where, like, a lot of relevant and cool builds have been made that just aren't in the doc because expanding them is like a use of time that it's not necessary. I hope you're well, Aaron. Yeah. I think this enters into the sphere of just good character synergies to know about. Like, people know about, or at least I like to think, for me, whining about it for years, people know about having a res on your flak builds for your pet if you should need it, or having a friend bot, same purpose. I think for any Kensei Amara, you should be carrying around a Gold Rush, just if you're doing Kensei builds. And then I think for any Amara in general, having a cheap tips is going to be really good. Because you got the swap speed to switch to it, you've got fire rate, you've got Ties that Bind and Indiscriminate to force it to kill if you need to. You got the reload speed to continue making a big pile, sustainment as long as you have some damage. It'll keep you alive through like reasonable things. And gun damage as a stat is where a lot of players struggle for their bossing with Amara gun builds. Especially if they're not doing, say, Phase Slam 300, Phase Cast 250. So just getting a ton of gun damage for free from this thing. Because it's a chance when damaging an enemy, which means as long as there's no cooldown on it, you could, in theory, have a Phase Slam Annoyance worth of gun damage from 6 bullets. Cheap tips, Gorillas in the Punch Bot, want to see that? Yeah, I think that could be really good. I think that could be really good. You're gonna have to remind me about that one. I won't get around to it for a bit, but that's definitely got some potential. Like this little pile here, how many boosters? 4, 7, 11, 12. 12 boosters there. 50% gun damage each. 600% gun damage just for doing that. 600% for 12 seconds. Real good. Real fucking good. Or for as long as your dark armors are available, or that. Yes. That is true, Foster. That is true. But yeah, I've been live for 5 hours. We started a little bit early, ended a little bit late. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will not be live for the next 2 weeks, so I'll update my title to reflect that. So in case you stop in being like, oh, Quag's late, you'll see when I'm back. The plan is on the 25th, I'll be doing Remnant 2 for stream content. That's the plan. I get back the 24th, and then I'll be streaming the morning of the 25th. Goodbye to ever. Yeah, gone for 2 weeks. I really appreciate all the support today, the chatting, the kind words, the subs, and all that. Good stuff. Y'all are great. Lazy is maybe finishing up his XCOM 2 playthrough today, so we can head over there. Yeah, if you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Mr. Data and TLDR, I guess TLDL in this case. I'm gone for 2 weeks. I'll be back with Remnant 2. That'll probably be my entire personality for a few streams, and then likely weave in BL3 as I burn out on the new game, if that happens. Okay, y'all are great. Have a good one. Bye-bye.